everybody? Bloody good. How's everybody doing on this Sunday, everybody? Chat, it is a fucking React day today. We are live a little bit early today, and we are ripping a React day for the entirety of today. We haven't done a React day in over a week. It's been a bit, so the next upcoming React days are just going to be straight up React days because it's just been mixtures of React / tournaments or Etsy reviews or some other shit. So we got a lot of videos we're going to be watching today, as well as Friday for the next React day. Wizen, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Chad, here's the schedule. Today's going to be a full React day. I'll be sharing the videos that we're going to watch in a minute here. Tomorrow is the 988 awareness / charity challenge. We're going to be live like 3 to 8 EST. We're going to be streaming a bunch of games playing support, including Marvel Rivals, Valorant, and maybe CS, Arc Raiders, who knows, Rocket League, stuff like that. Just kind of trying to play support the entire time. Tuesday, I'm not live. Wednesday is going to be random horror games into Retro Rewind. Thursday, not live. Friday is going to be Reacts. And Saturday, random games as well as Content King. Next Sunday, Reacts. And then next Monday is going to be 420. We're going to be doing the Weed Mystery Box review as well as the Mystery Snack Box review that Pop Snack sent me. GeoGuessr tournament the 24th, and then outside of that, we just have a bunch of random regular streams leading up to, like, the next charity stream, probably, like, May 4th or 5th, and then I'm gone the 7th to the 11th of May filming a video with Jack, but then we'll be back grinding out streams, so we got a lot of content planned. Also, if you have any videos you have to watch, games you have to play, video /game/job. How's y'all Sunday? Sorry, I had to get that intro out of the way. Exclamation point schedule if you want to know the stream schedule as well. Open case. Hell no. Yesterday I opened like $600 in cases and lost everything. So no. I think all time I'm not like too down just because I've had some hits, but I'm not opening cases for a bit. I've been opening too many cases, man. Seriously. Gunner, Edie, Connor, Ethan, and Derek for the sub. FYD and Cloudy, thank you for the sub. Reed, Troy and Dewey for the sub. Hold up. Reed, thank you for the 3. Talking about maybe trying viewers' jobs for a video yesterday. I'm not actually going to do that. I'm a debate judge at Barista. I'd love to see you do either. I was saying it would be cool to do that. There's no real world where I would be able to do that. Tile, thank you for the sub. To be able to get permission to get hired for a day at actual places of work that my viewers work at, it's just... Yaz and WWA for the sub. Tile, Maddie and Rusty for the sub. Potato, Better for the sub. Noob. Zach Mile, think. Why is that? Thank you for the 10 gifted EBB, LPV, Sus, Potato, and Af, thank you for the sub. Oni, Sewer, Nas, IK, Gunner, and Edie for the sub. Chat, run down to the videos that we have today. Starting out, one that people have spam requested. Max video, I convinced a stranger to rob a bank. I don't know if this is actually real or not, but it seems like it is. I don't know. Long video. We're going to be starting out with that. A lot of people want me to watch this video, though. Then we have a video of how the Masters really works, which is like one of the biggest golf tournaments in the world. Or the biggest golf tournament. History's most ridiculous jobs that no longer exist. Ancient humans were stoners. Archaeology proves it. And a scientist's view of war. Bit of philosophical end to the... in videos that we have today. Maybe one more if we have time. We still have that Meat Canyon video we got to watch. We got a lot of shit we got to watch. But that's what I have lined up for today. Not playing AV Assembly again, though. Thank you, Atticus. Thank you for the 1,000, but he's not playing that game again. Mini, thank you for the 5 gifted. Ava and Fire for the sub. And again, if you have any videos you have to watch games you have to play, videos /game/tab. BN and I am for the sub. Taco for the sub. Astra, thank you for the 4. Last somebody donated, told you I lost my job. Good news, I got another job that pays much better. Congrats. I'm glad you got a better job. Bob, her, and K for the sub. Baby and Jed, thank you for the sub. Sewer, IK, and Black, thank you for the sub. Sun for the sub. All right. Chat, that's the schedule. Outside of that, I don't know. There's probably some other big game drops soon. What's coming out soon? I know Directive 8020 comes out in early May. We'll be playing that then. 007 drops in May. Shift at Midnight drops in May. Nothing really else for April. I mean, outside of, like, smaller games that we're obviously playing. Oh, Final Sentence just dropped. We're gonna have to play that as well. Maybe that's a Wednesday game potentially. Oh, are you doing reacts the whole stream? Yep, Ebe. Sorry, I've said that like 4 times. I'm not trying to get annoyed. Exclamation point schedule. It's a full react day. Exclamation point schedule. Full react day. Subnautica 2? Maybe. Not today. Well, the game's also not out. Notice you say Nebraska whenever you say a random state. Do you think it's because it's close to New Jersey alphabetically? No. Another random state I say all the time is Idaho or Iowa or Wisconsin. Very forgettable states. What's another forgettable state? I try to think of like random. Oh, Minnesota. No, Minnesota's pretty known. I would say the most forgettable states are the Dakotas, Nebraska, Kansas. Nobody's talking about Kansas, bro. Arkansas, yeah. Arkansas for sure. Alabama, Mississippi get a lot of jokes on them, and Mississippi's like Tom Sawyer type shit. So Indiana in between Ohio, Illinois. I'm looking at a state map right now. Other forgettable states. New Hampshire. Yeah. New Hampshire. There's one. That's a pocket pick. Nobody talks about fucking New Hampshire. The hell they got going on over there? Nothing. Lynn, thank you for the sub. Fawn, Bird, Rahu, Clax, Kirby, No, Finn, Lil, and Bago for the sub. Lax, thank you for the 3. Anthony and Thou for the sub. Lynn and Hop for the sub. G-Will, thank you for the 3. Chat. No pre-stream yap. Let's hop right in to the videos. Vano, thank you for the sub. I convinced a stranger to rob a bank. Lock in. Also, I'm saying it right now. React days, full react days, tend to have the worst chatters. I'm not trying to put it into existence, but if this ends up being a sub-only stream, it ends up being a sub-only stream. I'm sorry to say it. Chatters that aren't subs on non-sub-only days have like an 80% chance of being an asshat. So a lot of the time it tends to be sub-only most of React days. I'm not trying to be annoying. It's just when it's a React day, people spam request me to do other shit. They're asking questions that are off topic. They're being annoying. They're spamming. They're saying slurs. Stuff like that. I don't know why more than any other regular day. I think it's because they have the IQ of a peanut and they don't want to be here during like a fucking, gaming day. So they just want to be annoying during React days because it's very stimulating. But, yeah, let's lock in. Molly and Cool for the sub. Listen, Geeker for the sub. Loving and Low Gang, thank you for the sub. Yako for the sub. I'll take it out of sub only right now. If it gets bad, I'm just going to silently throw it in. And what I ask is if you are a sub and I throw it into sub only and you notice, please do not just spam W sub only mode because that further induces the problem of spam, right? I put it into sub only mode to stop spam and annoying chatters. And then when I put it into sub only to prevent that, and then the wall of chat just becomes W subs, it's the same exact problem. The problem's not fixed. It's now just diverted to people that currently were not annoying and now are. So let's lock in. Thank you. Sorry, I hate having to do that spiel, but I don't like it. It's like every React day I got to rant about it for 5 minutes. Just get it out of the way. I convinced a stranger to rob a bank. Tap in.
This stranger thinks we're about to rob a real bank. But he doesn't.
I gotta be real here. You guys suggested me this video like, I don't know, 1,000 times. And I was not going to watch it until it just kept getting spam suggested, which made me think that it was more real. But currently, zero part of me thinks this guy's actually thinking they're going to rob a bank. Like, he thinks he has a real gun in his hand, and he's walking into a bank he believes he's going to rob and steal money from. That is like a 20-year prison sentence crime. And the entire time they're planning it on camera, I mean, get the fuck out of here. And you don't know who Mac from Mr. Beast is? Like...
No.
Open the vault!
These people are all actors.
Open the vault!
This bank is a secret film set, and I even shut down this entire town just to convince him all of this is real. How much crime will he commit for money?
Shoot, shoot, shoot!
Okay, this is like fully fake now. I'm not like, yeah, I don't want to just like tap out, but like, yo, there is a camera zooming in a close up on his face.
Let's find out.
We'll give it a try.
If there were
Adam Raby, 26 years old, male, no criminal record, wearing a Bass Bro Shops hat. Where did we find this guy? How do you soft launch to a stranger that you want help robbing a bank? What do you say to them? You meet a guy at a 7-Eleven, you're like, yo, I got an offer for you.
was ever a time where you were gonna back out, it would be now.
I'm not taking a guy in a turtleneck seriously. That's another side thing. Mac, we got to really work on our approach. If you're trying to get me to agree to rob a bank, you can't be talking to me in a turtleneck. I'm not taking any guy in a turtleneck seriously.
Now's that time.
My mom used to make me go to picture day in school with a turtleneck. From like 1st grade to like 6th grade. Or like 5th grade. I remember. Every time I would go to picture day with a turtleneck. And I was like, this looks stupid.
Weeks of careful manipulation have brought us here. You already told me you need money. I can change that. But the trick I used...
I'm Agent Ross. We're with the FBI. Can we have a quick word?
To convince this grown man he'd be robbing a real bank...
I'm in.
might change the way you see me forever. I told Adam that in order to rob the bank, we needed to know when the next gold delivery was. And to do...
The next gold delivery... Now we're even getting more outlandish. Not only are you saying you're going to rob a bank, you're going to steal bricks of gold. You know how much a brick of gold weighs? It's like fucking 40 pounds. You're going to, are we going to run out with 2 in your hands? You're not going to put that shit in a duffel bag.
That, we need to put a tracking device on the...
Bro, this is literally a Lester planned GTA heist, actually. Somebody just said that in chat. This is a GTA heist. What are we doing? All right, first mission, we got to set a tracker on this car.
Bank's delivery truck.
Keep following that truck. I'm gonna do something a little sketchy. I'll cue you.
But this has got to feel real, so I'm gonna risk my own life just to convince Adam.
Oh my God.
It is.
Keep it steady.
Chat. Bro, this is like when chatters recommend SML videos, bro. Like, I'm starting to, I'm not trying to, I'm fine for the cinematography of it, but why are we, like, full panning into this, like, I'm convincing him. There's a camera attached to the windshield. Oh, my God, let it play. How am I supposed to let it play? Chat, I know it's fake, but it's like, they're acting like it's not. What fucking... Dude, if you're walking up to a fucking armored car that's supposed to be transporting money, and they see your ass get on top of your car and try to put a tracker under it, they're gonna fucking kill you. They explain it? No, you're telling me that he thinks this is real. Truly, he thinks this is real.
Oh. As close as you can, Adam.
Okay. I'm being too hesitant.
Closer, Adam.
I'm definitely throwing Adam in head first with this one.
Come on.
But he's handling it all right, I think.
Closer.
Yeah, if they hit a bump and Mac flew off, he would actually just die. I know he has a harness on right now, but... I don't know, whenever they film these videos, part of me too is like, damn, bro, they're going fast and they're playing like the gear shifting. Bro, at most, they're going 25 miles an hour. They're like, this is still crazy, but like, it's the way that they're filming it. Like, he's not gassing the car. We got it! We got it! It's just a box with an LED. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why are we not wearing masks?
Technically, Adam has already committed his first crime, tampering with an armored vehicle. That's about 5 years in federal prison, and he's about to add 10 more, trying to burn the evidence. Hopefully he doesn't
Trying to burn the evidence, bro. Why do we not have masks?
see the massive fire truck I have hiding from him, because, you know, safety first.
Feeling all right?
Yeah.
We did it. Everything we set out to do, we did. We're good. The tracker's gonna tell us when the delivery is. Now we just gotta go in there and take it.
And why, yo, if I'm robbing a bank, bro, I'm putting an Apple AirTag on that fucker. Why are we putting some big-ass blinking, like, walkie-talkie machine? I'm putting, like, a little white circle right under the hood, right on the tire.
The tracker's gonna tell us when the delivery is. Now we just gotta go in there and take it.
The AirTag would die.
Did a good job.
I hook it up to a fucking portable charger. I don't know.
Good job.
Why are you trying to fuck up my plan? How do you know that ain't gonna work?
Thanks.
Yeah. I'm proud of you. Oh. All right, let's get out of here.
Now we see how well Adam remembers the plan. Because this is the last time I'm saying it.
This is a UMP submachine gun. Remember, this thing's using blank round.
Chat, I can't get into this for 30 minutes for me knowing this is fake the entire time, and then randomly when they actually get to the bank, they, like, unveil it, and they're like, surprise! And he's gonna fake going, what? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? It's not fake. Bro, is this guy a dumbass? This has to be the dumbest guy of all time. If this is not fake, this guy's a jerk off, right? This guy has an IQ of 40. Like, there's no way that he, dude, there, like, we have a GTA heist board up. We have red wires with thumbtacks of, like, PNGs of police cars on the wall. What is that plan? Like, what are we getting out of that? Well, it's just like a waste. I'd be like, wow, this looks like a totally legit fucking thing. This looks like straight out of a fucking cop show.
Rounds, not bullets. But it'll look pretty convincing. And that's all we're gonna need. Because again, this is not run on violence, it's run on intimidation.
Yeah.
They couldn't, chat, they could not do this with real stakes. Because if he truly thought it was real, even if Mac's like, I'm providing you the gun, blah, 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 and Mac looks at the camera and he goes, they're blanks, don't worry. What if this guy just brings a gun of his own and fucking shoots an actor, right? You can't do that. Like, you can't actually convince someone that they're robbing a bank. That's not, and then make it into a YouTube video? Like,
I hear you, man. I hear you. It's just...
yes, you can. No, you can't. Who are you convincing that you could, bro, who are you convincing? A crackhead? Like, I don't understand what you're saying. You actually believe that you could go and walk up to a person on the side of the road and convince them to rob a bank, film the entire thing, and then at the last minute go, ta-da!
I'm just seeing it all right here. It's still f***ing insane, man.
I'll watch it.
You look like I'm crazy or something.
It is crazy, man.
No, it's not crazy. No, it's not crazy at all. What have I told you this whole time?
Trust you.
Do you trust me?
Look at me. My name's Mac. Do you trust me? I wouldn't lie to you. What is it? You see the thumbtacks and the red wire? Do you think this looks like a fucking fake robbery? What do you think? What do you think? We're not going to actually rob a fucking bank right now? You think we're going to get caught? Dude, you see that we got that thumbtack on that PNG 720p photo of that fucking car that I just printed out at the local library? Come on.
Yes.
Because the second you don't believe what I'm telling you right now, this whole thing goes out the window. You're going to get scared. I don't need any of that.
Okay.
Do you feel good about it?
Yes. I think it's good.
You think it's good?
I think it's good.
Ready, baby?
Yeah.
Are they just going to rob the bank right now?
All right, let's do this.
All right! Everybody get on the ground!
But if Adam's gonna believe this is real, it needs to be perfect. And perfect takes practice.
Heads down! Heads down!
Let's take this again.
You! Open the door!
That was good. Did you actually get scared when I yelled at you, or?
Just acting.
You need to get an Oscar.
Creating the feeling of realism requires hundreds of hidden components to work flawlessly.
We are shooting a gun. Even though there's no bullets, it's still very loud. So everyone has hidden ear protection. You gotta get that thing in there more.
And that takes days of set dressing, rehearsals, and of course, permission from the cops.
My friend Adam. He's gonna.
Yeah, that's so like we want to rob a bank, but like not really. Okay, am I allowed to do that? Like,
I have no idea what's going on here. The world this guy's gonna be living in isn't real.
But a burning question still remains. How? How does Adam think this absurdity is all real? Well, there's a small detail I left out.
I'm looking for you guys. All right, guys. Just
what? This is he thinks he's working for the FBI. He thinks he's working for the FBI. And Mac, and he doesn't actually think, he doesn't want to rob a bank. He thinks he's working for the FBI and working with Mac to plan this out. This is more outlandish than it was prior. This is worse. This is...
how much longer do I gotta do this?
We need as much information as possible.
See, behind my back, Adam's been secretly talking to these two guys, who Adam thinks are none other than the FBI.
To start recording, hold it up. We're gonna be able to talk to you through this hidden earpiece.
And he's been doing so since he met them 6 weeks ago, completely oblivious to the fact that they're only actors.
Excuse me.
Are you Adam Raby?
That I've carefully rehearsed a script with hundreds of times.
I'm Special Agent Ross. This is Agent Lanning. We're with the FBI.
I'm Agent Ross. This is Agent Lanning. We're with the FBI. Can we have a quick word?
Yeah, sure.
But there's one final thing you should know about Adam.
Are you familiar with Mac Hopkins?
Yeah, I know.
You know, buddy. We have been tracking.
Bro, so this is, we're convincing this guy that his high school friend Mac, who does YouTube, is really robbing a bank, maybe for content? Is that like, hey, we're the FBI, your buddy Mac is actually gonna rob a bank for a YouTube video?
Some very suspicious behavior.
When was the last time you spoke with him?
I mean, 5 years ago, maybe?
I don't know, man. He went off the rails after he broke the cookie in the Mr. Beast video twice in a row. I don't know, man. After he lost fucking $800,000 twice, I think he really wanted to get his get back, some would say.
I am hiding behind a dumpster right now. Crossing my fingers this works. We've been following this guy forever just to intercept him here. This is pretty chaotic because we just...
This guy, it's your friend. Do you know him? Bro, what? This would be like me doing this with Chris. This would actually be like me trying to get fake FBI people to be like, Joe's gonna rob a bank. And he's gonna try and get you in on it.
Figured out he was coming here.
I mean, is this like a little sketchy or something? I mean, is it like...
We think he's gonna rob a bank. Based on all of the planning that we've watched him do, especially over the past couple of months, we've also learned that he's psychotic enough to be filming himself for some sick and twisted YouTube video. So heads up, when you meet him, there's gonna be cameras everywhere.
Wait, what do you mean meet?
We know this might be a lot for you, but we're essentially asking if you...
Oh, Joe, they explain it, obviously. Oh, it's just full proof now. Oh, this camera. Dude, I would be like, number one, prove you're an FBI. You flashing a badge to me is not me believing that you're an FBI agent. I get approached outside of a fucking Wendy's, and you walk up to me and go, your friend Mac's gonna rob a bank. I'm a part of the FBI. Name's Sergeant Robinson. You gotta believe me. I'd go, you just showed me a fucking paper badge and a wallet. Give me, like, more than that, you know? Let's go down to the headquarters. I don't know, the local station. Have a cop fact check your ass.
Would be able to go undercover for us.
Now that sounds like a lot. It does.
Yeah.
But what we're really asking is just send him a text message.
Reestablish a friendship with him and see what you can get to know.
So, yeah, this...
Well, just text Mac and say, hey, any robberies coming up, man? How you been? How's the YouTube game going? A little short on cash? Maybe thinking about getting a quick fix?
simulation isn't convincing Adam to be a...
I'm also just not doing... Chad, if say the real FBI approaches you and they're like, we need you to do this. Are you not asking for a metric assload of money? I'm going, you guys work for the government. You have literally infinite money. Give me money. 1 million at least. Yes, you're involving yourself in a potential bank robbery. I'm going, give me $5 million. More.
Criminal. It's convincing him that I am. And despite our friendship, he's got to bring me in, while I act like I have no idea.
Oh my God, Max, see, you got to get into the character, bro. Invite him into your house. Do a line of coke off the toilet top, right? Some shit like that. Be like having a conversation. And like make him believe, you know, like you see, oh wait, this guy actually has some problems. Maybe this isn't for a fucking YouTube video, you know? You do some crazy shit, you know? It's not actually cocaine. Maybe you do like sugar or some shit. I don't know, something that's like safe to inhale. But
I mean, I could reach out to him and like, I guess see what's up, but
this is especially important if you care about him.
Who knows? There might be an opportunity here to get him out of this.
I doubt it would be like too hard to like pick back up where we left off. I mean, we were pretty good friends before.
Let's think of something crazy. What's some crazy thing you could do?
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know, maybe rob a bank? Are you getting that? Are you getting that? Fucking leaning into the wire.
I just like rob some I don't know.
Hey, Adam, that's way too obvious. You gotta dial it back.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Robberies, like, I never understand when people rob, like, almost all places. I think the only thing that does make sense to rob is, like, a central bank. Because if you rob a store, like, you know when you see, dude, it's like every week somebody robs, like, a liquor store. I'm like, bro, you're getting what? $400? Maybe? Crypto? Well, that's like more hacking than anything. But like, yeah, motherfuckers rob a pawn shop. Ugh. What are you getting out of that? Maybe the gold in the back or some shit? Jewelry store? That makes sense. Yeah. You know, you rob a jewelry store, you rob places with like valuable items. Or even like, dude, people that rob local banks, how much money does a local bank have in actual spendable cash? 40K tops? Like, most banks have no money. Like, I'm not saying like 50K is no money, but 50K to rob a bank is nothing. Yeah, or ATMs. You see those CCTV footage of 3 guys in fucking balaclavas pull up to the front of a 7-Eleven and rip an ATM out of the fucking ground? What's in there? $4,000? Like, what are we fucking getting out of that? Now you're going to load it onto your car. It weighs like 1,000 pounds. and you're gonna drive it away? Like, I don't understand. Like, no planning. It's just like, oh yeah, let's just hook a cable up to it and rip it.
Weeks until robbery.
Do I have to look at the camera or can I look at the
You gotta
screen?
look at them right in the eyes.
What are we planning? What is the robbery? What are we blowing up? For this robbery to go well, we're gonna have to blow up a school bus first, just to test. See whether or not our guns are working.
Just all the stuff we've been
That was the car? Bro, but they didn't blow up the car like that. They set the car on fire.
talking about, just like kind of keep it down, on the down low, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you.
Kind
On
of
the DL, the down low. Don't talk about it.
like me and you type stuff, you know what I mean?
For sure.
Dude, I can't wait, too. If I made this into a YouTube video, all the comments would be like, Joe's such a loser, man. This guy literally just tries to disprove everything. Like, literally just get into the immersion. I can't when the entire premise of the video is that this guy actually believes that he's robbing, not that he's robbing a bank. He actually believes he's working for the FBI. Like, this is fully staged. I can't get into it. It's not like I'm watching like a Minecraft ARG like hypothetical video. Like, this is like something that's like pretending to be real, but it's like movie-esque. It's real. Yep. And Jeff Dunham's puppets are actually conscious and they speak.
All right, Adam.
Ventriloquists actually just know how to manipulate objects in reality. They're not actually just miming or anything. Or using their voices to, you know, fucking talk for the puppet. It actually speaks.
You've been doing pretty good here.
Like in Goosebumps.
And we're really close to getting him behind bars.
I really think I could talk him out.
Dark magic. You know what I will say? Okay, I don't believe in, like, magic and shit, but you know when, like, modern day witches have, what's that shit called? Where it's like a baggie of stuff. Not a voodoo doll. It's like a baggie of stuff. It's not a curse, or a spell. What is it? And you, like, put it on something. A mojo bag? I don't know. A hex bag? That shit freaks me out. Not meth. What do you mean meth? What? Hex bug? Hex bag. I don't know. Whenever I see that shit, I'm like, I wouldn't fuck with that person. You know what I mean?
Out of it.
Like, if somebody's like, I'm going to put a curse on you. In my head, I'd go, nah, bullshit. But in the back of my head, I'd go, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. That's not good.
I don't...
You know, like, it would worry me.
I want to say yes. I want to say try your best.
Whatever he says, whatever he wants to do, whatever he wants you to do, you need to say yes.
If he says you two need to go down on another guy, you just got to do it. It's a part of the game, man. Okay? You don't understand. This is serious shit. You see my badge? I'm a part of the FBI. If Mac tells you that you guys got to go into a strip club and things get a little hairy and you end up getting, you know, there's only a guy and a girl, you end up getting the other guy. You just got to go down on him, man. That's just how it works, you know?
That's what we need.
5 days until robbery.
My question to you right now is, can you do this?
If he gives you a puppy and he tells you to football spike it into the ground, you got to do it, man. It's just a part of the game, dude. We're the FBI. We've seen some shit.
Are you like, you're joking?
No, I'm not joking, dude. I'm serious.
No, dude, I'm not joking. This is totally...
I got some information on a delivery going to this bank in New Mexico. I think I can intercept it.
You insane right now, dude. I don't... You're not actually...
Adam, I need you to focus.
Nah, you're still f***ing with me, man.
Bro, you're still fucking with me, man? Yo, if one of my friends actually was like, there's a fucking bank vault in New Mexico that I want to rob, I'd go, hey, hate that you just told me that. Number one, because now I don't want to be a part of it, and you made me an accomplice. Now I have knowledge. See, that's what it's like. If you're friends, I'm not going to support my friend committing a crime, but if you're going to commit a crime and I can't talk you out of it, just don't tell me. Don't involve me, please. Please. Like, if you're going to rob a bank and you're like, I'm going to tell Joe, and I'm not going to be able to talk you out of it, don't tell me. Just do it. You know, at that point. I'm not saying rob the bank, but, like, now you're just roping me in on it. Like, that's horrible.
I know he's your friend, but we have to...
Gonna pretend I don't know them. Yeah, I just got amnesia. I don't know who you are.
Stay on the mission, okay?
I mean, I guess I was kind of hoping you'd feel different about it because...
Adam, whatever he asks you, it's a yes.
It's a dumb question before I even ask it, but...
No more friction. No more room for error.
I was gonna ask if you wanted to... do it with me. Dude.
I know this is high pressure, but I need you to say yes right now, okay?
Is it somebody talking to your earpiece? No.
I want you to at least promise me you're not gonna tell anybody, okay? That's all I'm gonna ask of you.
I mean, yeah.
I can do this, man.
4 days until robbery.
You know what this is?
I don't know. You'd also need, like, a really old man. You know what I mean? Like, I'm way more likely to believe that, like, some dude's in the like, this guy looks like 25. Like, I'm not believing that you're, like, an FBI guy. Like, you would need somebody straight out of Law and Order. Like, I would believe you're in the FBI if you're, like, 62. And you have, like, a scruffy 5 o'clock shadow. You look like you don't sleep.
4 days until robbery.
You know what this...
You're divorced, and your kids hate you. That's an FBI guy. That'd be, like, that's the vibe you gotta give off. John Kiriakou, he's CIA, different story.
This is like destiny that you're here right now, bro. It's destiny that right before the last piece, dude. The last thing I was missing before we go through with all this is I need the partner in crime. I need the guy who's gonna do it with me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
Got that now, dude. Me and you, bro. Come on.
I got you. Yeah. I'm good. I'm in.
Go on, bro. Get this done.
Yeah, man.
3 days until robbery.
Do you trust me? If there was ever a time where you were gonna back out, it would be now.
No backing out now.
Bro, and what part of him is not going to these FBI representatives and going, hey, like, don't we have more than enough evidence to, like, show that this guy's planning a robbery? Why are we letting him go through it and light fucking 30 rounds into the ceiling of the bank?
I'm in.
39 minutes until robbery.
I would wear a morph suit. I wouldn't wear one of these masks. Ruins your visuals. You know, like, you could see clearly outside of the eyes, but I'd wear a morph suit. It would skew the colors, but you'd see better.
5, 9 and 20 miles today, 4, 11, 17.
This following scene contains simulated gunfire and a staged robbery scene. There's a prop firearm firing blank rounds at him, and all participants were aware of its use, and no one was placed in danger. The scene was filmed with permission of local authorities. A firearms safety specialist was present, and all actors, including Adam and Mac, were briefed and wearing ear protection. Chats. For the 100 chatters that were saying, I'm a dumbass, and he's actually fooled, right here it just says, he's an actor. I'll keep watching, but get the fuck out of here.
32 the day before.
Like, you're just an idiot, man. Like, there's no way that you were like, this is a real video.
Boost, moving up and down again. There's no discharge in the war. No Don't look at what's in front of you.
All right, we're on, you guys.
Bro, what is this audio from? What is this audio from? Oh my god, it's from like a trailer or some shit that's like fire. The Purge? No, I don't. Oh, it's from 28 years later. Yeah.
Adam, we're gonna intercept before he even gets to the bank. Just do what he says and stay calm. You trust him?
Is it copyrighted? Probably.
Moving up and down again. Men go mad with watching them. There's no discharge in the war.
You're doing great, buddy.
That freaked me out a little bit. Pretty weird, right? They've taken like 3 or 4 turns with us. Right?
Yeah.
You think they're following us?
If your eyes drop, they will get the top of you.
Adam, there's been a change of plans. He saw us, which makes things more complicated. We are going...
Why would you be tailing him 10 feet fucking behind him? Wow, bad news. They saw us.
to have to wait until after you rob the bank.
What?
It's gonna get intense in there. Just remember to breathe.
Do they walk in? He just nails some old man with the fucking butt of his gun. Boom! Knocks his ass clean out. Get on the fucking ground! Get on the ground!
Only one thing I need you to remember. What is it?
Trust you.
His mask is broken! You can see what the
How long?
4 minutes.
This thing is...
Wait, are you Mac from...
He's gonna say what?
You're actively getting robbed? Wait. Mac?
What? 4 minutes.
I loved you in that Mr. Beast video.
I'm gonna start these stopwatches on my mark.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bro, sorry. This is gonna be really like hyper niche that I'm talking about this. Chat, if you were counting from 5 to 1, I would go like this. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. He went. Like you would do the second way. You would go each one. Which would you do? You would end on your pinky. You would do pinky first. Oh, I wouldn't do pinky first. I would still rather do this though. But I wouldn't end on my thumb. I would do this. Either way, I end. It's 3, 2, 1. Isn't it weird how you can move each of your fingers individually, but your middle and ring finger are like attached. Like you can't move. Like one, you can't really move one without moving the other one.
What are you doing?
I have hypermobility. That doesn't affect me. Oh, cool. Bro. What is the screwdriver for? Or the drill? Why do you take off his mask? Why did he take... Mac! Put the mask back on, buddy. What do we have it for the car ride? We take it out for the actual mission?
Open the door, you're going right after me.
Okay.
Why did they not react? He says, get on the ground. They're still just having some friendly banter. I feel like if you walked into a bank and said, get on the ground, everyone's head immediately snaps. I'm going, like that scene with the Rizzler, dude. I'm going, oh, like an uh-oh. Like your day's about to get a hell of a lot worse. The other guy, Adam with a drill, just starts because he doesn't have a gun. Get on the ground! Starts revving the drill. Turns up the rev rate. I'll give you a lobotomy.
You! Open the vault! Open the vault! Open the vault! Get back there! Come on! Get back there! Go! Go! Go!
Damn, bro, that's like an actual bank vault.
Go! Go!
What do actual bank vaults look like? Was that supposed to be her scream?
Nobody move! Hey! Go! Nobody with me! I'm not f***ing around! Everybody stay calm! No! Hands down! Stay down! Stay down!
I can't wait to see Adam's reaction.
Hands where I can see them! Spread them! Hands! 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 Spread them out! Spread those hands!
What?
Hurry her up! Come on! Get in there! Adam, go! I'm trying to hurry! Adam, let's go, buddy! Come on! We're good!
Okay, bro. We open the bank vault door and we're just in a regular office. Screaming. I feel like every wall would be solid fucking steel. Just metal.
Adam, let's go, buddy! Come on!
And we're in an office room.
We're good!
There's a fern in the bank vault.
Give me your phone! I need a phone!
Don't worry, Mac, I'm drilling! Might take a while. Did you get this drill on Temu? It's not really breaking through.
Give it to me. Phone! What are you doing?
All right, cue the cops. Go.
Bro, in reality, actually robbing a bank too is so heavily dependent on what state you live in. Because if you live in somewhere where, like, concealed and open carry is casual, you walk into a bank vault and fucking light around into the ceiling, some unk's about to pull out a fucking revolver and cap you. Just, like, actually just drill you straight in the head.
Back! Get back! Get back! Get back! That's the wall! What are you going? No! Stay down. Hands where I can see them. Spread them.
Adam, we have a 4-star rating right now.
Hands. Stand up. On the ground. Hands where I can see them. Spread them. 2 minutes. Adam, hurry up.
Would this open the door? I mean, at this point, just shoot the hinges off. What is he? He's just drilling into the keyhole.
Everyone, stay down. Adam, we gotta hurry up, brother. Ah! No! This isn't your money. 3 minutes. Adam.
Yeah, I'm not fighting over the money, bro. If you're in an active bank robbery, I'd be like, yo, I ain't give a fuck, dude. Your money's FDIC insured. Just let them take it.
3 minutes, let's go!
Oh my God, we're through.
I Keep those hands up. Adam, we're at
Prop gold.
6.
He just grabbed 4 bricks of gold at once. This can't be real. It's not. They said it was staged.
You! Stand up! Give one of those bags! Out! Give one of those bags! Get in the car! Go! Get out of there! Get there! Stand there! Hands on the corner! You're gonna count to 100, okay? He's gonna count to 100!
Bro has Why do you hear canceling earbuds in?
Hands on the corner! You're gonna count to 100, okay? He's gonna count to 100! Nobody moves until he gets there! You understand? Okay!
That'd be the guy with the gun, by the way. In public. All right, how do I count to 100? Pulls out a revolver with a barrel that's about yay long. Hands shaking. You messed with the wrong old man. Lights the round off the gun, just flies into the air.
Don't move! Until he gets to 100, shut up!
Big Iron. That's why they called me Big Iron in high school. Oh no, the 1930s Ford won't start. Are we gonna do a train jump? Are we about to do a this is actually pretty awesome if he does a train jump.
We may have robbed the bank, but the simulation isn't over yet. And it won't end until Adam successfully gets me arrested. And you know what? I'm not gonna make it too easy for him.
Let's go!
You just pull over the car. Just pull over the car. Or like lightly spin out.
Keep going. Just keep it going. All right. I got
the FBI in his ear. You can't pull over yet. He doesn't believe. We don't have enough evidence.
Where? I told you to trust me.
You need to keep driving, Adam.
I need you to trust me. Pull left on this pole. Left, left, left. All right, brother. Feel bad they really want to catch us.
You're gonna have to take a flight to Mexico to try and flee the country to make this even more believable. He would get gunned down instantly. Yo, actually, bro. Oh my God. If this was real and he steps out of the car with a fucking like UMP or whatever gun that is, yo, he is Swiss cheese. Instantly dead. They're all parking the car and just literally just berating him with bullets. That's who you'd be like fighting stormtroopers. See him flying past you.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Where you going? Come back!
Adam, we just called the police off. Mac is way too unpredictable. Just get to the safe house and give us the address.
Go!
You could have just left him there. He had one mag. You just drive away. Now he's in the middle of like a fucking farm field. He's way too unpredictable. You have to go to the safe house. Oh, the safe house position's compromised. You're going to have to take a flight to Argentina with him.
Oh, baby! Oh.
You're going to have to start a family with Mac.
Keep going!
We have a double date planned with you guys at a Burger King in Argentina. How much would that be in gold if that was real? How much is a big brick of gold from the England gold vault? Because that's like how big those 400-ounce bars of gold are $1.9 million. So that would have been like, there was probably like 20 bars of gold. They would have made like 40 mil.
It'll be the death of me, trapped inside this fake reality. If I
Oh, crash down, crash down. What you doing? You counting all your money?
Just getting it organized.
Well, we'll be good. Give it a day or two. We'll be out of here. We're rich now, buddy.
Cool.
Bro, I'm stashing like fucking at least 10 of these gold bars in random locations.
I gotta make a call real quick.
Because aren't there like robbers that have gotten arrested, but the money was never recovered? And it's like they spend 20 years in jail, but then they leave and they still just like keep the money effectively.
Yeah, quick call. Call my mom real quick.
Because they, I mean, not like dirty money, like they just have like straight cash, but like they clean it in some other way, like jeweler thieves.
You gonna call your mom?
Or jewelry thieves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna see her again.
I mean, you're gonna see her again. You're not like you're gonna say goodbye to your mom forever. You just can't live in the United States.
Can't come back to the country, man. I'm not gonna really be able to talk.
Dude, we just can't live in the United States. Me and you, dude. We're gonna be bunk buddies. Where do you want to go? We got a few options. North Korea. The island under Sri Lanka with the natives. What's the name of it? North Sentinelese. We could move there. Maybe give them the gold brick. They'd maybe potentially let us in. We could defect to Russia and become like some sort of agent for them, you know. Or yeah, maybe like somebody said Israel. No, Israel you couldn't do. You would have to move somewhere that doesn't like the U.S.
Her again after this.
Fly out.
Dude, I already booked 2 tickets to Tel Aviv. We leave tomorrow. I mean...
Talking about.
I don't know.
Are you telling me you're not going to come?
Can I just call it? Can I just call it real quick?
Yeah, you got it. Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, I snuck out.
We're getting Burger King with Benjamin Netanyahu when we land.
Do you have the address for the safe house?
Yeah. 1164 Quay Court Road.
We'll be there in 15 minutes. You're doing great. And just keep him calm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like always.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring a whole SWAT team with us.
All right.
He'll be arrested soon.
Okay.
You're doing a really fantastic job. Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll see you soon.
All right. Bye.
What was that phone call, Adam? You remember I said you needed to trust me, but can I trust you? Starts acting like the Joker. Join a Mongolian tribe. Yeah, we could go raise horses in Mongolia. That would be a fun life.
How was your call?
It was good.
How's your mom doing?
She's good, man. I just kind of want to let her know I wasn't going to see her for a minute. You know what I mean? It's going to be a while.
Of course. Gotta keep the mom in the loop, man.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Listen, bro. I'm gonna be real with you for a second.
What?
There's not a single person on this planet that would have done what you did with me today, bro.
I can't believe I did that either, man.
I didn't tell anybody about it. But for some reason, a reason I can't even really describe, I don't know why it is the way it is, but I felt like I could tell you about it. And it felt wrong at first, but then you did something I didn't expect.
What?
I mean, bro, you found me, man. I mean, after all those years, you reached out.
Welcome to the hotel.
I don't know why. I just got this weird feeling about you that you'll just never tell anybody. You know?
Just start recording, hold it up. See the red light?
I thought I had nobody. I thought I was drifting away, but you reached out right before all of this. It's like fate lined it up.
This is a fucking bank robbery. What is it? Is this turning into like a fucking heated rivalry rom-com? What am I watching?
It's just, and it's not just that either, man. It made me feel like I had a purpose again. And then I had someone else to share that purpose with. Me and you, man, we deserve all of this. And I'm so glad that I did it with you, bro. We were dynamite in there, bro.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was all right.
Think about everything we've been through to get to here. Everything that has happened so far, just to get right here.
It's a lot.
It's a success. This is what
They bang the door down. What?
success feels like.
What?
Look at what you're sitting next to. You might be my best friend, bro.
Yeah, man. I feel it.
You might be my only friend.
Yo, if I'm him and this was real, bro, I'm sneaking a brick of gold. See, I don't know. Mac must have dropped one off before we got back. That's weird. Wait, this is like really a mind fuck because I know it's obviously all staged, but it's like it's like he's been contacted by the FBI to like set Mac up, but in reality, he's the one that's set up. And there's going to be the big reveal. You know what I mean? It's real, not staged. Chad, I'm actually going to fucking lose my mind. I have to be getting rage baited. There was literally a disclaimer before they robbed the bank that all of this is entirely fake and they're all actors, including Adam. Like, you are somebody that will get fucking, like, literally just, like, thrown into a fucking cult conspiracy theory, man. There's no way. What are they gonna tell him? Good shit, bro.
You did the right thing. You did a good thing. He is a different person now. He's a dangerous person now. And he's not your friend.
I don't know. I mean, he still was my friend. I just did that to him.
I'm good. I'm great. You guys really know what you're doing, don't you?
You did the right thing. You did a good thing.
Watch your step.
What?
Okay, listen. So, got good news for you.
It's just a prank, bro. Like, even worse than like the actual prank videos from like 2016 where they would like try and convince you that they killed your friend or some shit. Like, what the fuck? Adam was inside this simulation for 6 weeks, 4 days, and 22 hours.
All right, bro.
It's killer, man.
Well, people are gonna want to know what you thought about that.
That was insane. That was crazy. Oh my God, I don't know, I guess I just see it there, man.
It's
It's
just
like,
so much time, just like compressed into like a 30-minute video.
I know, I don't know how you did that.
Yo, it is wild how much time they have to put in, like, recording-wise. Like, even, I mean, obviously, I know Mac isn't just a part of the Mr. Beast crew, but I'm saying, like, high-scale quality videos like this that have, like, 5 different camera angles for everything that they shoot, they're recording, like, 2,000 hours of footage to cut it down to 30 minutes. Like, editing and editors is how, like, a lot of money is spent on the back end. Like, them making them, they have, like, people that work just for the thumbnail. And then they have people that have to literally just comb through footage for weeks.
Adam's not walking out of here empty-handed.
Do not be mistaken. For some reason, this coin says $10 on it. It is not $10. This is $5,000 of solid gold, real solid.
Bro, I'd be like, yo, give me more than 5K, bro. This was 6 weeks.
Solid gold. Not
this is a month and a half.
Not like the gold that was in the robbery. And this gold is yours.
Wow.
That's real.
I'd go and pawn that shit off immediately. Pawn or sell? Pawn. Pawn. I might need it back.
That's real?
Yeah, it's real.
What?
It makes sense that you're questioning everything I'm saying, but that is actually real gold.
Oh, dude. Thanks, man.
Yeah, bro.
Somebody said sociopath Joe. I don't think you know what the word sociopath means. You're a party pooper? Oh, sorry, Hawk207-654. I didn't know you thought I was a party pooper. Oh, wait. You typed it 30 times.
When the sun goes down, I'm losing sleep.
I survived a plane crash? What? Like, you can't really stage that. I mean, they might have some way where it crashes, but it's like a safe crash. Bro got the experience without the consequences. This felt like a movie. Casually dropped a Netflix scale prank. Type of shit that happens on April 1st. $5,000 to pay his mental hospital bills. The prank's on all of us. All of them are actors. People really believe this shit. I saw the cameras on the car, and I'm like, there's no way he wouldn't question why would you put cameras on the fucking car. Remember the comments, that guy is an old friend. Obviously, I will not watch such a shit video. People really believe that an old friend who probably is a YouTuber would be like, yeah, sure, if it's not for YouTube, right? I mean, that's the take I had. And I understand that's like a party pooper take, but it's just like, I liked the video, but it kind of fucks with the immersion where it's like, just start out the video being like, this is a movie. Rather than like trying to say that it's real and then have like actual smooth brains think that it's real the whole time, right? Even after the disclaimer says that it's fake. But because they didn't read the disclaimer, because they don't read, they just think that it's real. Like, and they will move on with there is like a subsect of people, like 13 million views. There's like 15,000 people that fully believe this happened. Like, and will live the rest of their lives thinking that this happened. But I mean, like, even if he did in the beginning say this is fake, I think there would still be people that are like, no, it's real. No, it's real. It happened. It did happen. Tap on this for the sub. It was a good video, though. And I do like Mac. Axel Moon and Angel for the sub. Zaddy YK. Caden Num. Lazy Dummy PTF for the sub. Ga Astro 808 and Jared for the sub. Jag, thank you for the 3. Pyro and Evolution for the sub. Ham for the sub. Puff and Goof for the sub. Axo, thank you for the 5. Life has been tough since I changed schools last few months. Barely have any friends. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Sorry for the random vet, but thank you for being a great streamer. Thank you. Mr. Meeseeks, thank you for the 3. I don't think the FBI would also be able to make you say yes, if anything. It's Mark and Bill for the sub. TJ and Alex. Katrina's son, William Bright. 1 T-Bat. Lux and Hasso for the sub. Fire for the 3. Favorite flavor of gamer subs. Queso's Bombsicle for the tub, I said. And then for regular, like, RTDs, maybe goods. Land, thank you for the 3. But just order a sample pack. Code BART. Or code BART, 10% off. Subin Juan for the sub. Wes and Delphin for the sub. Gabe, thank you for the 5. Broken by girlfriend for 7 years. I'm sorry to hear that, man. We dated through the majority of high school and most of my aspects of life. Tie back to her. Any advice on moving on? Block her on everything. Hang out with friends. Focus on hobbies. And give yourself time to move on. That's all you could really do, man. I can't really say anything outside of that, though. But I'm sorry that you're going through that, bro. Melon for the sub. Groove, thank you for the 1,000. But he's first time in the stream. Love the videos. Thank you, Melon and West Camp Straw and Straw. Thank you for the 2 subs. All right, chat. Lock in. Oh my God. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Give me a minute. I gotta fucking reply to this bullshit. What are we doing now? Another React video? Hurry up. Shut the fuck up, bro. All right. Lock in. Ali, thank you for the 4. Answer this. Have you ever considered starting a Patreon? No. Bold, thank you for the sub. Balamir, not in camera, thank you for the sub. Blaze and Brady for the sub. Straw, thank you for the 2 subs. It's Stan, thank you for the sub. But no, I'm not going to do a Patreon. All right, next video. Next video, chat. Oh my gosh, hold up. How the Masters really works, chat. Right now, if you didn't know, the Masters, is it done now? I think it might have just finished. No, today's the last day. At the time of this recording, today is the last day. But the Masters is a very large golf tournament. I think the purse is like fucking, what, $20 million or some shit? What is the Masters prize money? Yeah, the total purse, $22 million. If you win the Masters this year, you get $4.5 million alone. And then obviously crazy sponsorships and other shit that comes with it. You know, so it's a big golf tournament. Very expensive to run and very professional. You're not allowed to run. You can't bring your phone. They have random rules. There's dress attire. Being a fan, you can't even say fan. They have to call them patrons. It's like a bunch of, it's a very like classy event, I think. So the Masters is also like a really crazy course. So I wanted to watch this. Xander Grimm for the sub fan, thank you for the 3. Where the Big Baby group from? Online. I don't really remember where I ordered it. Next, and Erica for the sub, Ali for the 4. Lock in. How the Masters really works.
Isn't just a golf tournament.
I gotta rewind. How the Masters really works. Lock in. Somebody redeem flex. Lock in. All right. Hold up. Gotta ban them. All right. Lock in. Melon for the sub. How the Masters really works. Lock in.
The Masters isn't just a golf tournament. It's a logistical masterpiece.
Can we watch in 1.5x? Yep, let's time that guy out for the rest of the stream. Jesus. One more go. Let's go. Hey, if you don't want to watch it and you need me to put it in 1.5x, I'd probably tap out of Twitch streams, brother. I don't think watching streams is for you. Let's go. One more go. Hey, one more swing around the fucking, or one more swing around. I don't even know what I was going to say. I was going to try and say some sort of saying. It doesn't exist. Anyways.
The Masters.
Let's lock in one more time. How the Masters really works.
The Masters isn't just a golf tournament.
Hey, chat, it's sub-only mode. Let's not be annoying. I'll ban you. And then you'll have wasted $6. Let's go. And one more time. Ban the people that are annoying. How the Masters really works. Let's rip it.
The Masters isn't just a golf tournament. It's a logistical masterpiece. Behind one tee shot is a full year of planning, hundreds of millions of dollars, and one of the most secretive, tightly controlled operations in all of sports. Unlike the Super Bowl, which moves to a new city every single year, the Masters is permanently anchored to one place, Augusta National Golf Club in Augusta, Georgia. That means the club has had decades, generations even, to perfect every single detail.
Bro, I don't think people understand, too, how hard some of the fucking holes in the Masters are. Like, if you've never golfed before, number one, you'd be terrible. Like, I think people look at golf and they go, oh, this looks kind of hard, but they go, oh, well, I've played putt-putt before, so I think I know how to probably hit a ball. I've hit a driver before. You've never shot over the water onto a fucking slanted green where if you fuck up, it goes into a fucking sand pit that is literally, like, angled like this, and you have to fucking chip it up. And so you're just chopping sand for 15 strokes straight. And you're also playing an 18-hole, 92-degree weather, and it's 5 hours of golf. Very fun sport. Also, quite possibly the most aggravating sport of all time. And every time you go golfing, also, gotta say, nepotism sport, expensive. If you golf, an average good golf ball might run you, $2 a ball. You fucking chip 15 of those into the water, that's $30.
Thousands of patrons.
That's $30 in balls you just fucking chunked into the water.
And you better not call them fans.
Plus what you're paying to golf.
Fans descend on a city that otherwise stays completely quiet. Private jets overwhelm local runways. Traffic is engineered with near military precision. And for 1 week every April, the entire sports world revolves around 18 holes of the most pristine, perfectly manicured turf on the planet. So how does Augusta National actually pull it off?
I have heard, I wanted to watch this video because I've heard that they have like jet engines under the fucking the turf that like pulls water out of the ground.
In this video, we're breaking down
some bullshit. Like it looks like all natural, but it's all like high tech.
How the Masters really works, from the secretive ticket lottery and the legendary Masters housing market to the iron-fisted broadcast deal, the $70 million merchandise shop, the Champions Dinner, and the near-invisible staff that keeps the whole thing running like a Swiss watch. Let's get into it. The club was founded in 1932 by Bobby Jones and Clifford Roberts, and Augusta has been running the Masters ever since.
Yo, those guys are about 105. Holy shit, they're old. My God.
They don't host the tournament, they are the tournament. Unlike the other golf majors or the Super Bowl, where the venue moves every year, the Masters is and always will be at Augusta National Golf Club. Planning is a 365-day cycle that never stops. The moment the green jacket goes on, the grounds crew is already thinking about next year. The timing of the azalea blooms, the moisture in the greens, the speed of the fairways.
Bro, that's like too much, bro. It's like Disney level planning. They have to be like, oh, the flowers are going to bloom in this 3-day span. We're going to have hold the tournament then.
Detail is reevaluated constantly. Over the last decade, the club has spent upwards of $200 million purchasing neighboring properties, including a Wendy's, a Pep Boys, and an entire apartment complex, converting them into parking, an underground media center, and
level it out, make it a full parking garage, eh? Yeah, let's just flatten everything.
Expanded patron facilities.
Big natural golf course surrounded by asphalt. That's what I want to see.
The local economic impact is estimated at over $120 million during Masters Week.
How much is it to golf at Augusta? Should we look that up? Oh my God, do you have to be a member to golf there? It's a private, exclusive golf club. It's not possible to play publicly and pay for a tee time. Access is restricted to members and their guests. If you're invited, the guest fees are relatively inexpensive, around $350 to $500. $1,000 to golf there one time, and you have to be invited. Membership fees $40,000 to $200,000 annually. And wait, initiation fees $40,000 to $200,000, annual fees $30K. Yeah, so it's rich motherfuckers that are golfing here.
Staggering for a metro area of Augusta's size. Beneath those pristine fairways.
You got to be good. What if I pay that golf fee and I just shoot a fucking 150 every time I golf there? And I just chop up the green. Are they really upset about that, or?
Lies a high-tech underground network. The club uses...
You know what's wild? Is most people are actually horrid at golf, even if they've been golfing their whole life. Like, you would assume that people that are, like, in their 50s, that have been golfing since they were 20, are pretty good. They're, like, still ass. Like, most old men that golf are shooting, like, 120, 110. Like, bad. On like a easy course, they're shooting like 95 to like 110, which is not horrible, but like you've been golfing for 30 years. Somebody said like you. I've been golfing like 9 times ever. Bailey, think of the 3. If you had a time machine to let you live in a certain year throughout history, which would you pick? Probably here. You can only bring 3 things from that time, like your girlfriend, your phone. I mean, I don't really know. Milky, it's Palmer, Johnny, Jew, Peanut and Cheese for the sub. Maybe 80s. Cameron, Pizza, and LP for the sub. Chip for the sub. T, thank you for the 1,000 buddies. You're probably never going to watch Game of Thrones. The show's heavily about politics and philosophy. I think it's right up your alley. I think you're missing out. Are you going to watch the Odyssey film with Christopher Nolan? I have no idea. Tyler, thank you for the 3. I'll look up the Augusta National allowed their first black and first female member. Shit's nuts. Super, thank you for the 1,000 buddies. What's your favorite edible? Don't have one. Melon for the sub. Phantom, thank you for the 3. Juan, thank you for the sub. When they allowed their first female and black member. Augusta National Golf Club had their first black member in 1990. And their first woman in 2012. Ah.
Is the sub-air system.
All right.
For a metro area of Augusta's size. Beneath those pristine fairways lies a high-tech underground network. The club uses the sub-air system, pipes embedded in the soil.
Oh, I thought it was like a jet engine or some shit. I don't know where I heard that.
Oil that can literally suck moisture out of the ground or push air into it, keeping grass roots at exactly the right conditions. Augusta has also been known to deploy heating units or ice packs directly on azalea roots to manipulate their bloom time.
Bro, imagine being a fucking golf girl at Augusta National Golf Club. What a fucking job, dude. Being the drink girl at this club, yo, they gotta be making so much money. Like, that's like a sneaky fire job. Being like a drink caddy or like a golf, not a caddy, but I mean, caddies also can make a shitload of money if you work for a pro. But dude, they're probably tipping you crazy.
Timing, ensuring they peak in color.
Working at some fucking expensive ass golf course, be like, hey, you want a fucking surf side? It'll be $12. Oh yeah, here's a fucking $10 tip. What?
For tournament week, not the week before or after. Mother Nature.
Oh yeah, flirting and getting paid. I don't know why you're saying flirting's the positive. You realize like most people that golf at these courses are like 70.
As far as Augusta is concerned.
You're getting hit on by creepy old men. That's the downside of the job. For being real. That's the huge downside of the job. But the upside is you're probably going to get paid pretty well.
Works on their schedule. Then there's the air traffic situation. For the 2026 Masters, estimates project approximately 1,200 private jets descending on Augusta Regional Airport and nearby Daniel Field. The FAA considers it one of the most complex air traffic operations in the entire Southeast, and most people watching at home have absolutely no idea it's happening. Security follows the same invisible philosophy. Augusta works closely with the FBI, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
What? The FBI?
And a private force that reportedly includes Pinkerton agents. You won't see tactical gear. What you'll see are men in green jackets and polo shirts, trained professionals who can spot someone who doesn't belong from across a fairway. Approximately 2,500 security personnel.
Yeah, like one of the rules is you're not allowed to sprint, but when you watch footage of people running to the green in the Masters, they're like speed walking, but I'm like, dude, if I had like a little hop jump, are they kicking me out? Masters people running. Wait, people running in the Masters golf course. Bro. What would I look up? People speed walking in the Masters. Oh, here it is.
And walk. There will be no running at Augusta National. But there's some enthusiasm.
Yeah, they hit like a speed walk, like this lady right here.
To that stride. Walks that.
What if I hit a little jump, like a little skip? Does that count as a sprint? What are we doing there?
Personnel help secure the event in total. To house the influx of visitors, Augusta transforms through the Masters housing market.
I don't know, man. Like, I would love... Like, I think golf is just kind of like a chill background sport to have in the background. And it's, like, okay to watch, like, cool shots. But the idea of me showing up to a golf course, paying money to go there, being on a wait list forever, by the way, to even be able to go there, and then have to speed walk hole to hole to watch a guy hit the ball and then speed walk later. It's like, I feel like it doesn't seem fun as a spectator.
Local residents
like watch it on, I feel like it's a sport that's definitively better to watch on TV. Because it's like, you don't have to walk a mile to go watch him hit the ball. You just he hits it and then it just jump cuts and you see where it lands and it's like, oh, that was a fast shot.
move out and rent their homes to corporations, caddies, and fans for $10,000 to $50,000 for the week. Over 95% of all...
Bro, people be renting their house out for $50K a week? Oh my God. People are paying that?
All available housing within 20 miles is booked months in advance. If you haven't reserved something by...
Yeah, it's just like Coachella right now, dude. Oh my God. This is like actually reminiscent of Coachella. Like that whole city, Coachella Valley, California, is like only alive as a fucking city because they have Coachella and other events there. Like that city does nothing outside of like hold events. Like it's in the desert in the middle of nowhere, but it's so fucking expensive because everybody wants to go there.
By February,
the demand's crazy.
You're probably sleeping in your car. Running the Masters takes an army of over 5,000 workers and volunteers, hospitality staff, caddies, marshals, media support, and the green-jacketed figures stationed throughout the grounds. Hundreds of students from elite culinary and turf management programs across the country apply just for the credential.
Wow, bro. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. There's got to be a guy that's like his dream job is lawn mowing the Augusta.
Apply just for the credential.
And they probably get paid well too, dude.
Having Augusta National on your resume opens doors. It is the most prestigious address in your field. Now,
4 minutes in felt like 20. Yep, sorry, McChunky.
Merchandise. The Masters absolutely, categorically refuses to sell online. Zero e-commerce, zero third-party retailers. If you want the hat, you have to physically be there. Think about
Bro, the resale value on the hats is probably crazy.
What that means. The merchandise shop is believed to generate approximately $1 million every single hour.
I'm not putting... Yo, McChunky, you're my mod. You're instilling a bad chatter mindset. You realize that, right? Because it's like my chat... I understand you're trolling, bro. But it's like when you bitch about the video and you tell me to turn the video speed up, then my chat thinks that it's okay to do it. And then now I have to have a whole talk again and pause. And then we finish the video later because I'm now talking and pausing about something that has nothing to do with the video.
It's open. Over $16,000 per minute. About what that means. The merchandise shop is believed to generate approximately $1 million every single hour it's open.
How does the merch shop generate $1 million an hour? How many people are fucking going to this event? $1 million an hour? Are they charging fucking $300 for a fucking green hat? How are they making $1 million bucks?
Over
16,000 a minute? Oh my God. They only accept Apple Pay.
$16,000 per minute, grossing an estimated $70 million across the week. Hats, shirts, polos, rain gear.
Wait, what are the prices on these? I mean, that's not like that bad. It's bad. You know, but a good golf shirt from the Masters, you know, $70.
Rain gear, and yes, those famous garden gnomes. $70 million, cash in hand, no shipping required. The most desired drives lines that wrap around the building before the gates even open. Concessions at the Masters are the most talked about food situation in professional sports.
Wait, what? The sandwiches are only $1.50? Excuse me? Why is everything so cheap? Why is a sandwich less than a bottle of water? Import beer, $5. Not bad, not bad. Now I'm getting the hype about maybe coming to the Masters, eh? Slamming a couple brewskis, maybe having a mini moon pie for $1. Pimento cheese sandwich.
Sports, for the exact opposite reason from every other event. At the Super Bowl,
no phone allowed, and they lost me. And they lost me. How am I going to stim in between each golf shot? I'm waiting for this guy to tee up. He's taking fucking 4 practice swings. You know, let's wrap it up, buddy.
Dog and a
hit the ball.
Beer runs $25 to $30. Augusta has made the deliberate, almost philosophical decision to go the other direction entirely. The prices haven't changed in decades. Pimento cheese sandwich, $1.50.
That kind of looks gross.
$1.50. Egg salad sandwich, $1.50. Masters Club sandwich, $3.
Dude, is everything meant for people with dentures, bro? What are we eating, man? What are we eating, dude? It's just all cheese and egg salad. Fucking, oh my God.
$3. Domestic beer, $5.
That's fire. That's good.
A beer at the Masters.
2 beer limit? Ooh, you lost me again. Oh, per purchase. Oh, so I can pull up again? What if I order 2 beers, slam them right in front of the lady, and then order 2 more?
Masters costs $5.
Oh my God, you know, another problem. I'm gonna have to pee constantly. But there's so many old people that come to these events, they gotta have bathrooms everywhere.
At the Super Bowl, that same beer is $8.
Oh my God, at the fucking Super Bowl, you're not even getting a draft beer. Oh, at the Super Bowl, you're getting a $20 Bud Light. You're getting a $20 Bud Light. Bud Light. Oh, you want a Bud Light fucking Flavor Blast? Flavor Burst? Oh, that'll be $24. What?
$18 to $22. The operation grosses an estimated $8 million across the week through sheer volume. Real money.
Peanuts, $1.50. Banana, $1. Could I get a frozen banana? Ooh, classic chicken sandwich for $3. I think I'm housing about 5 of those. What is just barbecue? What does that mean? Barbecue what? Just barbecue sauce? It's just cheese and sauce. Or not cheese and sauce, it's bread and sauce. The old man worth $100 million walks up to the line. I'll have the barbecue.
But the club is consciously leaving tens of millions of dollars on the table every year by not raising prices to market rates. Why? Because the patron is a guest. Augusta National treats everyone inside those gates not as a customer to extract revenue from, but as an invited guest of the club. The low prices are part of the experience, part of the brand. It is one of the most effective strategies in sports history, and it costs them millions every year to maintain it. Masters.
Yo, it's kind of a waste for that kid to have it. Okay. That kid having a spot as a guest. Okay, I understand he wants to experience it. He doesn't appreciate a $5 draft beer. Okay, at a golf course. He doesn't appreciate. See, here's the problem. He just got like a Diet Coke and some cheese sandwich for $1.50. He doesn't understand that when he's fucking 21, you know, he's going to be spending $15 for a beer sometimes. And it's going to be like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing the $5 draft? $5 draft beer. That's a fucking steal, man.
Week builds slowly.
He doesn't get it.
And deliberately. Players begin arriving the prior Wednesday for practice rounds. Augusta's greens are among the fastest and most complex in professional golf, and you can't walk in.
You just eat fucking 15 egg sandwiches and just throw up on the green. Rory's about to hit his shot. just actually all over the place. They're like, you gotta leave.
Can't walk in cold.
You gotta leave.
Monday and Tuesday are
sorry.
fan days, the only time cameras are allowed on the grounds. Players sign autographs, relax, and skip balls across the water on the 16th hole. A tradition.
Oh, what?
Skip ball. Players sign autographs, relax, and skip balls across the water on the 16th hole.
That's the strategy?
A tradition that started spontaneously and became one of the most beloved unofficial rituals in sports. Wednesday is the par 3 contest, a 9-hole exhibition where players use their wives, children, or caddies as bag carriers. It is, without
You're getting your 2-year-old son to fucking carry your golf bag?
Exaggeration, the most heartwarming day in professional
He ain't gonna be able to hold that.
golf. Hall of Fame players, men who have won dozens of tournaments, grinning while their 6-year-old fumbles with a putter.
Some really drunk guy in the audience starts chirping one of the kids. Yo, you're a fucking shitty caddy. Your dad's ass at golf, too. He's not gonna win. I have money on Kalshi on his fucking. I have money on Kalshi on him fucking losing this.
And there is the curse. No player who has won the Par 3 contest has ever gone on to
Your dad sucks.
win the Masters in the same year. It is held for decades. Nobody can explain it. Everyone talks about it. Thursday through Sunday, the tournament runs in earnest. Gates open at 8 a.m., and what follows is the running of the patrons. Thousands of people power walking to claim their spots. Because once you
That guy ran. That guy ran. Kick him the fuck out. Kick him the fuck out. 2 feet left the ground at the same time. That counts as a run.
Yours for the day.
Hold up.
You can leave for hours, come back, and your chair was you on the fucking people power walking to claim their
Right there. Wait.
spot.
2 feet left the ground. 2 feet left the ground. That's a foot hover. That's a foot hover. Can we get a macro zoom on that? That guy's foot is not left. That guy's foot is not on the ground right now. That's a sprint. That's air. Kick him out.
Because once you place your foldable chair somewhere on the grounds, that spot is yours for the day. You can leave for hours, come back, and your chair will be exactly where you left it. In a world where you can barely leave a stadium seat to use
That's fire.
the restroom, this unspoken social contract feels extraordinary. Sunday is engineered to the minute. The final pairing tees off around 2:40 p.m. The broadcast is structured so the final putt drops and the champion is crowned in the last minutes of natural sunlight. Golden late afternoon light washing over the 18th green. It's not an accident. Every camera angle, every shadow, every ray of light has been considered. The Masters has aired on CBS since 1956, nearly 7 consecutive decades, but the relationship is unlike anything else in sports broadcasting. Augusta National and CBS.
Bro, they could make golf so... Can we have like a side subsection golf professional series that isn't like high class? Let's have a commentator that's like, that was a shit shot. Yep, Scotty Scheffler just fucking chunked that one into the water. Oh, live golf. Okay, really?
Work on a
Maybe that does exist.
one-year contract.
Good, good. Because sometimes it just seems too, like, too professional. Like, I understand it's a pro sport, but it's like, bro, come on.
Every single year.
Let's make this more like darts, where people hoot and get really drunk.
And the club retains complete editorial control over every element. That includes commercials. Augusta limits ads to 4 minutes per broadcast hour. For comparison, a standard NFL broadcast runs closer to 20 minutes of ads per hour. The Masters runs 4. Announcers also follow strict terminology. Patrons are never called fans. The gallery is never the crowd.
Why? But why?
The language is specific, and it is enforced. The Masters has just a handful of global sponsors, historically IBM, AT&T, and Mercedes-Benz.
IBM? IBM still exists? What does IBM make? I just fucked up chat by full screening. IBM been a thing. Yeah, I know IBM been a thing. I thought IBM got like fucking out, done by every other tech company. What does IBM do? Oh, they have AI, hybrid cloud computing and consulting.
These companies don't run conventional 30-second spots. They run long-form brand.
Oh my God, chat just disappeared. What the fuck happened? Oh, and we're back.
Pieces that feel more like short films. They accept less airtime than they'd get during a regular NFL game and pay a premium for it. Why? Because of who's watching. Average live viewership sits between 12 and 15 million. nowhere near the Super Bowl's 127 million. But the Masters audience skews heavily.
Yo, unban the guy that I just banned. I just saw a paragraph spam 3 times. I don't know what it was, but
toward high net
time them out for like 10 minutes.
Net worth individuals, executives, and decision makers. For companies selling enterprise contracts or luxury vehicles, this is a more
Sketty got banned on Twitch? For what?
valuable room than almost anywhere else in media. The Champions Dinner is held Tuesday evening of Masters Week and dates back to 1952, when Ben Hogan suggested gathering past champions. The rules are simple and unbreakable. Only past Masters champions and the chairman of Augusta National are allowed in the room. No media, no cameras, no family members. It is the most exclusive dinner in sports. The previous year's champion selects the menu and pays for it.
Pays for it? Oh, wait, no, they just made like $5 million from winning the tournament. Yep, that's fair. They select the meal and pay for it. Yo, I'm getting like Wendy's. Everybody's getting a 10-piece nug, bro. I'm spending $100 tops.
Menu and pays for it. The menus have become almost as talked about as the tournament itself. Scotty Chef.
Nah, real talk. I make my own fucking meal. Firecracker, shrimp, cheeseburger, sliders, tortilla soup. Cut that out. Texas ribeye steak. Kind of good. Warm chocolate chip skillet cookie.
Fler's cheeseburgers. John Rahm's Spanish tapas with Iberian ham and pincho.
Oh, dude, you could pick whatever you want. Chat, what are you serving? Fuck, man. I win the Masters. I got to pick my own menu. I got to pay for it, but I got to pick my own menu. Yo, I'm just doing straight barbecue and seafood boils. I'm going to do a mixture of like sushi, Korean barbecue, and Cajun seafood boils. Those 3. Bang. Throw that in there.
Flown in from Spain.
Oh, and the dessert, man, I'm doing like a rich brownie.
Hideki Matsuyama's traditional Japanese cuisine. Each
and mochi.
Menu is a reflection of who the champion is.
Crab cakes, calamari, seared salmon, mashed potatoes, king crab legs, vanilla bean ice cream.
And where they're from.
Oh, wait, I love this. Can I see, like, what everybody's picked? Who do you think's had the worst? All Masters dinners menu. Masters champions dinners throughout the years. Oh, hell yeah. Here we fucking go. Who do you think made a really gross one? See, this is like Richie shit. This is like Richie shit. I can't get behind this. I gotta say it. I can't get behind it. 2022, I like the first selection here. Hideki Matsuyama. Appetizer, sashimi, and nigiri. Awesome. Yakitori chicken skewers. Awesome. Black cod. Okay. Wagyu beef. Lost me. Wagyu steak, in my opinion, is the most overrated shit ever. It's so expensive. It's so fatty. I don't care if it's buttery and melts in your mouth. It makes me feel like I'm going to throw up after you have it. It's actually it's too much. It's too much fat.
Think about what it means to be in that room. Nicholas, Watson, Faldo, Mickelson, all of them. Every man wearing a green jacket. To get back in a second time, you have to win again. Of all the men ever to win the Masters...
What do you mean to get back in a second time, you have to win again? What?
You have to win again.
Why do you have to win again? I thought if you win, you're just in.
Of all the men ever to win the Masters, only 19 have won it multiple times. The dinner is the most tangible expression of what the green jacket represents. Not just a victory, but membership in something that can never be bought. The ticket. The Masters is, without debate, the hardest ticket to get in professional sports.
Isn't the wait list like 8 years or some shit?
Harder than the Super Bowl, harder than the World Series, harder than Wimbledon. Most weekly badges are held by legacy holders, families who have had the same badges for 30, 40, 50 years, passed down like property. For everyone else, there is the lottery. Millions apply. Less than 1% are selected, not given a ticket, but selected for the opportunity to buy one. At face value, a 4-day badge is $140. On the
Not bad. Not bad at all.
secondary markets, tickets sell for 30 to 40 times, often hitting 2 to 5K. The gap between face value and market value is as large as in any ticket market on Earth. For those with deeper pockets, there is Berkman's Place, Augusta's ultra-premium hospitality experience, tucked discreetly behind the trees near the 5th hole. 5 restaurants, a private merchandise shop, replica putting greens, world-class food and wine. Staff whose only job is to make sure you want for nothing.
Bro, I don't like that. Overbearing staff, annoying. Okay? This is what I love. Staff member checks up on you once in a while. Once in a while meaning like once a day, tops. But if I come to them with anything, they're like, all right, I'm ready. You know, what do you want? What do you need? That's awesome. Where they're like, accommodate whatever you need, but they're not like pressing you. Like, I don't like when I'm in a clothing store and I get asked more than one time, hey, do you need help finding anything? I don't want to talk to anybody right now, okay? I don't want to talk to anybody. You know the one store they don't ask you that? Spencer's. That's the one store they don't ask you that. Every other store, they go, you need help finding anything? Spencer's, they're not asking you that. They know better. They know better. You walk into a Spencer's, not going, you need help finding anything? Yeah, sorry, I was looking for a pulsating dragon dildo. Do you know where that is? Sorry, I couldn't. Sorry, I was just, were you able to show me around? Do you have any recommendations?
The entry price is approximately $10,000 per person per day, not per week, per day, and it sells out. Once the green jacket ceremony concludes, the invisible cleanup begins, and it may be the most impressive logistical feat of the entire week.
Spencer's has dildos? Yeah, you didn't know that? Get the fuck out of here. Oh, I had no idea. It's only the entire fucking back half of the store is crazy shit.
Augusta operates a zero trash policy. Staff members in green jumpsuits are positioned throughout the grounds with one assignment: intercept.
I always go there for their t-shirts of memes that are fucking 8 years old.
Trash before it hits the ground. The moment a patron crumples a sandwich wrapper, someone is there to take it. Within 48 hours of the final putt, the grandstands are being dismantled. TV cables are being pulled from underground conduits. Berkman's Place is being broken down. Turf is being reseeded. Foot traffic carefully erased. In 72 hours, Augusta National is returned to exactly what it is for 51 weeks of every year: a private golf club closed entirely to the public. No tours, no visitors, no exceptions. And the internal review: every blade of grass, every patron flow pattern, every broad...
Bro, and it's wild because so many of the people that are members there probably golf there like infrequently.
Cast element.
Like if I paid for a membership there, I feel like I would have to go like every other day.
Begins immediately in service of making next year's tournament even better. The Super Bowl dominates the ratings. 127 million people watch it live. 19 of the 20 most watched American broadcasts of all time.
MASH Goodbye? What is that? 1983?
Are Super Bowls. The Masters can't touch those numbers, and it doesn't try to. What the Masters does instead is dominate the imagination.
Well, I think the Masters can't touch those numbers because it's also just not as popular viewing wise. Like golf is a very popular sport, but like even most people that play golf don't really watch the Masters. Whereas the Super Bowl is like a big family, like friend event.
It's the only sporting event where the venue itself is the biggest star. The course, the flowers, the green jackets, the traditions, every piece has been curated and protected for nearly a century. A champion's dinner with no cameras. A ticket lottery where winning just means you get to pay face value. Beer for $5. A curse nobody can explain. and a cleanup operation so thorough the place looks untouched within 3 days. There is no other event on Earth that works quite this way, and it probably will be for quite some time.
Yeah, I don't think there's ever going to be an event that has that level of professionalism through and through. But, I mean, that was an interesting video. All right, next. Ivan Lids, Splinter, JD, and Kerr, thank you for the sub. Bomber, It's Soggy for the sub. S. Dexter, Potato for the sub. Super, thank you for the 1,000 buddies. Have you ever watched One Piece? Yeah, but only like 80 episodes. Danny and Sorry for the sub. Heck, thank you for the 3. Would you ever consider playing? I know. Carl and SJ for the sub. 5 for the sub. If you have any videos you want to watch games, you have to play videos, such app. Club for the sub. Or Clutch for the sub. Scuff, thank you for the 5. Says the Rich. Oliver, thank you for the 3. Last $3. I usually watch the YouTube. With my girlfriend, I think she loves you parasocially. Inst, thank you for the sub. Bongo for the sub. Unknown and Brent, thank you for the sub. The Gassy, thank you for the 5. Gifteds, Paige, and Juan for the sub. It's Jack, thank you for the 3. World War II, they had cows graves on fairways. They also used German prisoners of war to repair and build wooden things over Rays Creek. Tyler, thank you for the 3. Look up Augusta National Party with that. Juju, thank you for the sub. Peanut for the sub. Bailey, thank you for the 3. Slurp and Ivan for the sub. All right, chat, next video. But today, obviously, React Day. Tomorrow, hold up. Oh, my gosh. All right. We're doing, ban that kid. We're doing a full React Day today, chat. Tomorrow is going to be the 988 awareness / charity stream, 3 to 8 EST. It's going to be for 988 the whole stream, but we're going to be, just playing games, talking to chat, vibing out. Tuesday, not live. Wednesday is going to be horror games, retro rewind. Thursday, not live. Friday is going to be reacts. Saturday, random games and Content King. Sunday, reacts. Monday next week, 420 weed review into the snack review. Next Tuesday, not live, and then we'll go from there. OC, thank you for the sub. Hasan and Slur for the sub. Ivan for the sub. All right. Hold up. Okay. Next video. I got to piss first, actually, real quick. Then we'll hop in. Play schedule 1? Nope. New Fern video? Nope. If you have any videos you have to watch games, you have to play videos, such like Babe, such tab. Hey, example right there why it stays in sub only the whole React Day. Stop asking me to do other shit. It's so annoying. All right. Lock in. I'm going to piss real quick, then we're going to hop into the next video. Let's go. Next video. Tap in. Steven Austin has it for the sub chat. Next vid. History's most ridiculous jobs that no longer exist.
That no longer exist. In this day and age, we really take for granted just how quick and easy it is to be able to communicate. Back in the days of yore, not everyone was rolling around at the speed of sound. It could take several weeks to be able to relay critical information to your buddies, and a lot can change in just a few weeks. Nevertheless, delayed information...
Being a message carrier, that had to be one of the worst jobs during World War I. When they'd give trench warfare, because most people would die just because of bomb bombardment, they would give one guy they would give 4 different guys the same message and just go, okay, now run to the other trench. Knowing that, 3 of them are going to die, at least. Then if you make it, they give you another letter, and they go, okay, now run it back. No. No. What the fuck? I mean, like, that's like the worst job. That's going to be the worst job ever in World War I. Being the guy that has to run from fucking area to area just knowing that you're probably just going to get blown up.
Information was better than no information at all, and that's why highly trained long-distance messengers could make or break empires. First used thousands of years ago in ancient times, couriers were the best and fastest form of communication pretty much up until the invention of the telegraph in 1837. Sure, boats and trains made things a tad bit faster, but the principle was pretty much unchanged, physically transporting documents from point A to point B. The earliest and most sophisticated courier system of its time was that of the...
Don't spam W subs. We're just going to silently move to sub-only mode. You know, you saw it, right? You know, there's a lot of annoying chatters, just a little spam. You know, it's just, what are we doing? Let's go. Spritz and Abby's for the sub, Dallas and Save the sub, Kurt, Myth, and Reese for the sub.
Mass 2-pointer, but the principle was pretty much unchanged, physically transporting documents from point A to point B. The earliest and most sophisticated...
Oh my god, I never even thought about being a guy that had to transport a message from the king in the UK all the way to the United States. Holy shit. Motherfuckers didn't even know we were in war for 3 months, you know? You gotta get on a wooden boat and sail across the ocean to go, the king decrees that you shall stop. No. Okay. Really? Yeah, no. Tell him no. Okay. Gets back on a boat for fucking 4 months. Gets back. They said no. Okay, well, tell him I said that we're going to kill them. Okay. Okay, I'll be back.
The courier system of its time was that of the massive and girthy Achaemenid Empire, also known as, or at least considered to be, the first Persian Empire. They constructed the
ping delay? Dude, is horrible. Oh my god. Yo, that had to feel like having a chat on a 10-minute delay, actually. Saying some shit, not getting a response for fucking forever. You're like reading a message from 8 years ago. You're like, oh shit.
Arium, a series of relay stations littered across the Royal Road, the main vein of the empire. This connected 2 major cities within the empire, Susa.
Yeah, but that's not nearly as bad. Like, you having to, like, get on a horse and ride for, like, 7 days, 8 days. Like, how long do you think it would take?
And Sardes, can you...
It's probably actually way longer than that.
Can you deliver this message to, Sardes? Yeah, no problem at all. Sardes, no. The Royal Road stretched across 1,700 miles of the empire's western half.
How long does that take to ride a horse that far?
With patrolling guards and security stations.
A while. Time to redeem Dent. Kebab and WTK for the sub, Lax for the sub. It was a relay? Oh, so you're saying they run it to a guy who runs 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 it to the guy that's supposed to get the message.
At regular intervals, making it heavily secured. I mean, it kind of had to be. Messengers traveling down the road were carrying the orders from the Great King himself, so they were pretty important. Anyone severing or intercepting that line of communication could cause devastating effects. Also at regular intervals were checkpoints. These were relay stations that housed freshly charged horses as well as other messengers ready to pass things along down the line. This system of stations dropped delivery time from roughly 90 days on foot to just 7 to 9 days on horseback.
Oh yeah, because you never need to take time to stop. Like, you finally make it and you just give the guy the letter and he hauls ass.
But what if you didn't have horses? Well, we'd have to ask the Inca. Jump forward 2,000 years to the 1500s, and not much has changed in the ways of communication. In fact, one could argue that it was way worse. With no horses around, Incan runners instead relied on their piggies.
They had to run? Yo, you gotta deliver this 3 countries over. Ooh.
Messengers of the king, called the Chasquis, were slim,
Just running marathons.
fit, and ready to rip, carrying messages across the vast mountainsides of the Inca Empire. Unlike their Persian counterparts, the Inca didn't carry the messages in their pocket.
How well do you think these guys would fare in like a modern day marathon? Because if you're a Chasqui and your entire job is to just deliver messages on feet or on foot, you got to be bad. I feel like if you gave them like Nike runners and you're like, all right, get in this race, I feel like they do pretty good now.
Unlike their Persian counterparts, the Inca didn't carry the messages in their pockets, but rather their noggins. And that's because the Inca...
They had to remember the message. Oh my God. Dude, you make it all the way there and you're just like, all right, what did he have to say? Fuck. I don't remember. Something about somebody dying. I'm not sure.
Did not have any formal written language.
Oh, that's
wild,
horrible.
right? Instead, apart from some complex numerical systems involving tied knots of string, everything was spoken. So
what? They had a number system of tied string, but they had no written language. They never thought, like, maybe we should write this down. This is really a pain in the ass to try and remember a specific message for a day straight. And it's like, it's probably a not just sometimes one sentence. Like, if you have to relay a message, you might have to relay, like, a complex idea, you know? Like, it's not as simple as, like, oh, hey, go tell this person this king has died. We need to meet up. It's like, no, you have to go let them know, like, a full paragraph of info.
a strong memory was the key to getting the right message across.
It's like the telephone game. Well, I think in this instance, there's not a relay. I don't think it's a guy telling somebody another message who's telling somebody else. I think it's just like, hey, you have to go tell them this.
The Chasquis were tasked with relaying the king's orders to nearby provinces and military commanders. Tell the soldiers that they're doing a solid job and to keep up the great work. Yes, my king.
There's no way it was that simple.
The Inca, though, did rely on relay stations to always have a fresh pair of legs ready to...
That's worse! That's worse! You have the fresh pair of legs, but then now I'm telling a guy a message that I was told, and he has to tell somebody else, and then now it's like the message gets to the guy that needs to hear it, and it's just fucked.
To deliver a message.
It is telephones.
According to Spanish chroniclers, that's a fun word to say, each station was about a half a league apart, but could be as far as a league and a half. That's over 5 miles, or for you metric fellas, over 832...
5 miles, bro? That's not that far. For a guy to, like, I mean, that's a far run. Like, I couldn't run 5 miles, like, easily. But for a guy that's job is to run something 5 miles.
2,000 centimeters. The stations were more or less weather-resistant small huts.
Why did we not hold the fuck up? For the people that don't use we use the Imperial. For people who don't use the Imperial system, why are we telling them how many centimeters it is? Just say how many kilometers. 8.3 kilometers.
132,000 centimeters. The stations were more or less weather-resistant small...
It's a joke. Yeah, I know, but it's still...
huts with other Chasquis standing about, ready to get a move on. Upon arriving, the first messenger would give the oral performance.
You must be fun at parties. Oh my God, I remember I used to get that all the time. But then I usually was the guy that was like, why are you fixing a watermelon with ramen? Just eat the watermelon.
Performance for his buddies, and then repeat the message that he came with. After memorizing the information, the next Chasqui sprinted up to 5 miles to the next station. Now keep in mind, this was the Inca Empire. It wasn't easily traversed flat road. It was pretty much uphill both ways, wobbly, cobbly stone roads 10,000 feet above sea level, on par with how our parents walk to and from school every day, or so they claim. The king said to slob his knob, and that Greg's a jerk. The fuck did I do? It's unfortunate that sometimes things get lost in translation, but remember the first rule of exchanging information. Never shoot the messenger.
Sin Eater? What? That's a job? What do you do?
Leave it to the English to come up with some spooky dooky hocus pocus type stuff. If you're extremely poor and a social outcast with no lucrative or meaningful skills whatsoever,
oh my god, you probably gonna eat like their poop or something, dude. Holy.
then the profession of sin eater might have been on the menu for you.
Blimey.
Historically, the job was performed throughout the early 17th century up until the 19th century, mostly in England, Scotland, and Wales. So just this area. As a sin eater, you were always on call for your services, as people have a tendency of kicking the bucket at any given time. So while you sat slapping mud around all day outside your thatched roof cottage, you could receive the news of a local death at the drop of a hat. Oh, he's dead. A relative or loved one would seek out your services almost immediately after the passing had passed. Once you were summoned, you'd pull up your britches and tween off screen to convene with the spiritually unclean. Arriving at the door, you politely knock before entering.
This seems like a good-ass job, though, bro. What do I gotta go up to the dead guy and go, all right, I've eaten his sins. He's clean.
You waddle inside to see your new customer and get to work. So
it's gonna be like you have to eat a small intestine or some weird shit. You gotta drink his blood.
So your job as the local sin eater was to, as you could probably guess, eat the sins of the deceased, as
How
praying
do you do that?
and repentance apparently wasn't good enough. Now, the eating of the sins was of course symbolic in nature, but it was conducted in a literal fashion. The family of the dearly departed presented the sin
Don't say you had to eat him.
eater with food, usually bread and beer. The food was placed on the chest or face of the individual right as they had passed away, supposedly.
All right, that's pretty awkward. That's pretty awkward. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so there's a dead guy with a loaf of bread and a pint of beer on his stomach, and the family is going to watch me eat the bread and beer while they're crying over his dead body. And I'm sitting in a dark room because it's the medieval ages, next to a rotting corpse. And I'm just like, just eating bread. You do get free food and a pint of beer. That's pretty awesome. You leave a little drunk.
Sucking up all the bad juju as
Good bread. Thanks for the beer.
the soul floated to regions.
I'd go, I think he's still spiritually unclean. I'm going to need another 3 beers. I think I'm going to need another... I'm sensing something wrong here. I think I'm going to need another 4 or 5 beers.
Beyond. So, now with the food being properly seasoned with a pinch of immorality and a dash of transgression, it was time to chow down. The basic idea of the whole ceremony was that you would effectively absolve the dead of any wrongdoings committed in life, allowing them a clean slate departure for the heavens as a certified good boy. Now, you're probably not surprised to learn that this was far from a Michelin star dining experience. The bread was all stale, and the beer was warm with a bunch of gross floaties in it. Perfect for the hipsters, but...
Okay, and you lost me. Stale bread, warm beer. Ooh.
Less than ideal
Warm beer, and it probably tastes like shit, too.
for normal people. So after munching and crunching and glugging and chugging, you'd say a quick yet emotionally packed prayer. Rub-dub-dub, thanks for the grub.
May he be absolved. And then I run out. I dive through the window, break the glass. He's clean.
Yay, God.
Where's the shitter?
Now with a proper sense of closure, you'd receive your paltry fee and be promptly vacated from the premises. So while your work of purifying one's soul was well appreciated...
Bro, and you get like free food though, no? I feel like this is a W side hustle.
You were looked down upon, even outcasted. The belief was that
because now you have all the sins.
You'd retain all of these absorbed sins, polluting your own soul in the process. That being the case, sin eaters were forced to live reclusive and isolated lives, being hated, ridiculed, and shunned by the locals. Until it was time to deep throat a sin or 12. It's not exactly clear how the tradition of sin eating was started. Some believe that it derives from the Jewish tradition of the scapegoat, a literal goat that was imbued with all of the local sins and troubles, sent out into the wilderness and actively prodded off a cliff, taking all of the town's trials and tribulations with it. Atonement complete. Thanks, Mr. Goat. As for
wow, like we as a human race are like so fucking stupid, dude. It's unreal. We fully believed that like we could just like put the fucking every bad thing you've done onto a goat and then just throw it off a cliff, and that makes it better.
For sin eating, it seems that the tradition was finally laid to rest in the beginning of the 20th century with the death of Richard Munslow, the last known sin eater in England.
Dude, 1906? I mean, that's like a long time ago, but that's still like modern day history. Like, we're almost at the roaring 20s there.
He reportedly was a humble and well-loved farmer who took on the job after the premature deaths of his children. Very sad. All in all, sin eating really was a self-sacrifice when you look at it, trading in any sense of social standing for a few pence. But hey, free bread and beer.
That's what I'm saying. You know, you're a poor guy starving to death. It's like, all right, I'll eat your sins.
If you thought your childhood was rough.
What was this? Powder monkey. Oh, you just gotta like run back and forth cannon powder.
If you thought your childhood was rough, imagine dipping, diving, ducking, and dodging your way through cannon fire while slugging a heavy sack of gunpowder on a ship in the middle of the ocean. That's what powder monkeys had to deal with almost on a daily basis. So while
they were kids,
may have been pissed at your mom for taking your Game Boy away for a few days, powder monkeys were grateful if they even saw tomorrow. Back during the Age of Sail, naval warfare was a pretty common occurrence. Ships just blasting big metal balls at each other in hopes of sinking the other guy faster or causing enough damage to warrant a surrender. In order to give yourself a fighting chance, you needed a well-trained, well-supplied crew who knew their way around cannons. Besides ammunition, the cannons needed a propellant to send those cannonballs barreling at the faces of the enemy. That propellant, of course, was gunpowder. In the heat of battle, every trained sailor needed to man their stations and execute their responsibilities in order to have a decent shot at survival.
Dude, I feel like I could be a fire fucking, like, pirate captain. I'm so serious. I think I could run that shit. We'd run training drills. You know, we'd fast load cannonballs. You know, cut the reload time down. And, like, no, I'm serious. I would treat that shit like a video game. I feel like they didn't practice enough. I feel like a lot of the time they just went into battle and it's like, yeah, they had military training, but it's like, bro, you could really chop down the loading time on these fucking things. I can never get over the fact that, like, in the Revolutionary War, the battle consisted of everybody lining up in a line and shooting a very inaccurate gun and then standing in front of the guy that's pointing a gun at you and spending 2 minutes reloading and fucking, you know, pushing the metal ball down back into your gun. Like, why are we in a line right now? We're making it easier for them to hit us. I know it's like, okay, now we're shooting a wall of bullets and we're able to hit something. Why don't we shoot, separate, merge back, shoot, separate? Like, I don't understand. There had to be a better way to fight. Like, I haven't read Sun Tzu's Art of War, but, like, there's no way in those, like, early gun times that was the best play.
But one responsibility that didn't need much training outside of carry this shit and run over there was that of supplying powder to the cannoneers. Since there wasn't much to the job description,
they spread out once guns became accurate. Yeah, and then it was guerrilla warfare. But, like, still, like, guns aren't accurate. All right, I'm not about to walk in. Like, dude, they would just walk at each other and shoot. And sometimes it'd be like, oh, fuck, they're hitting a flank. They're a mile away. They're flanking. They're flanking. Oh, take fire. What the fuck? I'm running away, dude. I'm not. What? And it's like, they have the flag bearer, and, like, say the flag bearer gets shot in broad daylight. Somebody else has to go pick it up. You're just dead. Just for the symbolic nature of, like, holding the flag up. I'm like, we're just losing a man. Oh, let me put my gun down and go pick up the fucking flag. What?
Task was given to young boys, usually between the ages of 12 and 14.
Then you're not respected. Okay, I'm not respected.
You see, back in this time,
you're like actively killing your chances of winning. Like, I'm just going to target the flag bearer because that gets 2 for 1. You kill the guy that's holding the flag. Now a guy's got to put down his gun and go pick it up.
16th and 19th centuries, people were just cranking out kids.
Or some jackass who's playing the drums. Gets his head clean blown off with a cannon.
Especially the poor. Simultaneously,
it's a war crime. The guns were inaccurate. You can't say that I could go, I didn't mean to shoot him. I was aiming that way.
Nature was just cranking out infectious and deadly diseases, and industry was cranking out fatal working conditions, both of which were promptly streamlining children into the orphanage pipeline. This, of course, caused orphanages to become overburdened, and they needed some relief. And where's the best place to put able-bodied youngsters just looking for any kind of future?
The army!
The military, of course. European and eventually American navies were scooping up hundreds of impoverished chaps each year and dumping them on ships to take on the role of powder monkey, more often than not against their will. But the young lads were quicker, more agile, and physically smaller than their adult counterparts, making them perfect candidates for the job. During a battle, each boy would quickly carry at least 2 leather cases housing powder cartridges from the ship's powder magazine deep down in the hull, all the way up to the cannons. A dangerous job for sure, but a critical one for the success of...
Mr. Smith just said, made him grow up. Yeah. Yeah, made him get some hair on their chest. Yeah, did him good. Did him good.
The skirmish.
Same thing with chimney sweeps. Yeah, go jump in that hole.
Oi, lad.
Go jump in that hole. Here's a broomstick.
Bring me that very explosive powder, eh? And be quick about it.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. It's because guns weren't accurate and standing in a line was the only way they found to hit the enemy. Muskets hit inaccurately and had a row of them guaranteed that the enemy gets hit. Hitting a flag bearer wasn't a war crime. It showed that their patriotism. Bro, listen. Okay, standing in a line proves accuracy. Why don't they stand in an arc? Why don't they surround the enemy spaced out so they're all aiming in a diverging point where even if they're inaccurate, they're likely to still hit an enemy, but they're not a wall. So individually, the odds that you get hit are extremely low. You know, hey, let's spread out in groups where we just go doom, 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 and aim like inward. They did do that? Yeah, but all the shit you see is like people in like literal lines just fucking shooting, standing like a foot apart from each other.
Well, that's a good lad. In exchange, the young fellows were clothed, fed, and given...
You're gonna shoot at one person. No, I'm gonna shoot at the group of idiots that are fucking lined up, aiming at me alone, right? All right, you'll kill me. I'm one person. We all shoot at you from different directions. We just killed 10 of you.
Beds, even a little bit of education to fill their head.
Dude, it's wild how high ground in like early war times was just GG's. We're on a hill. It's over. No point in fighting. No point in fighting. You've lost. Even now, having high ground's crazy, but like back then, dude, oh my God. Having high ground, it was just, you're cooked. We're just going to aim cannons at you and it's over.
The plan was to have the boys eventually become official full-time members of the Navy, assuming that they survived to adulthood. Yet despite the fact that they were a key part of the crew, they held no formal naval rank on the ships which they served. Now, while it was nice to have a place to call home, clothes on your back,
oh my God, this is a real powder monkey,
and food in your belly, it of course came with the steep price of witnessing the horrors of war. Just to clarify, I said that powder monkeys were usually between the ages of 12 and 14. But in reality, some were much younger, with some documentation showing cases of children as young as
Jumpin' Jim and Legless Larry.
7 years old. These little guys were subjected to watching...
Bro, there's zero chance a 7-year-old would be good at delivering gunpowder.
Their fellow crewmen being blown to smithereens, impaled by split bits of ship, blinded by shrapnel, or having limbs ripped from rogue cannon fire. None of which they were immune to themselves, mind you. It wasn't until the end of the War of 1812 that formal regulations were put in place, preventing any recruitment of powder monkeys under the age of 12 from serving on ships in the United States. The British followed in suit with an age limit of 13.
Bro, you're a 7-year-old on a fucking warship. Oh my God.
13 for the role, though these age restrictions were still often ignored.
And you're getting targeted, dude. they board your ship, you're just easy kills. Like, and they're gonna kill you. Because, I mean, like, maybe they take you captive if you're lucky or some shit, but, like, they're just gonna kill you.
This did, however, fully die out in the mid-1800s once child labor laws were put in place and technology made the role obsolete. Sorry, kids. Looks like it's a big old box of PTSD for Christmas this year.
Uroscopist.
Medieval medicine was wild. Physicians back then were really just throwing anything at the wall to see what stuck, which led to a bunch of strange medical practices that would, luckily, fall out of favor once modern medicine emerged. One such practice was that of uroscopy, the art and science of checking out your pee to determine your health. Now,
oh my god, dude. Was there, like, a guy that would, like, taste your urine? No fucking way. Why is this the Epstein Island here? What the fuck?
I know what you're thinking. Isn't this still used in the modern day? Yes, but no. Urinalysis, as it's practiced today, uses chemical, physical, and microscopic analysis of urine samples to generate quantitative data for diagnosis.
Versus a guy just going... yeah. I think you're gonna die soon.
Uroscopy.
That tasted bad. Let me say this nicely. That was gross.
On the other hand, well, it had dudes snooping, sniffing, and sipping your pee. Well, Doc? I need a second opinion.
And what is that guy doing? Is he comparing the urines of, like, healthy people and unhealthy people and then determining that, like, if your urine tastes like an unhealthy guy, you're gonna be unhealthy?
Yeah. Now,
that actually doesn't seem like bad logic to me. Like, I'm serious. Out of all the dumb shit that, like, people did medically, where it was like, oh, smells are the reason you're getting sick during the bubonic plague. Like, having a guy drink the pee of a dying man and a healthy man, and then now you know the taste. It's like, okay, now let me just taste other people's urine, and if it tastes like the unhealthy guy, you're probably going to be unhealthy. But, I mean, I feel like that would be, like, semi-true if you had, like, weird kidney problems.
You might be surprised to know that the practice of uroscopy has been around for thousands and thousands of years. The earliest known evidence...
Damn, bro, you think they were getting paid well to drink people's piss?
Evidence that historians have dates all the way back to the 4th millennium BC, where some ancient Sumerian physicians took note of urinary color. Perhaps the most profound early evidence that we have comes from the ancient Egyptians around 1550 BC. This is the Ebers Papyrus, a 65-foot-long medical scroll from ancient Egypt's New Kingdom era. This single document details over 800 diagnoses and remedies for all kinds of conditions ranging from skin problems, eye problems, burns, tumors, a limp, broken bones,
I don't know, dude. If you're alive in, like, the year 4000 BC and you pee black, it's over. Like, it's just over, man. Now it's like, okay, sure, but I'm not going to, like, a urologist in the year 4000 BC to stare at my pee and be like, yeah, this is bad.
Bird's teeth, brown parasite.
I'm going to prescribe you to eat 3 mullein leaves.
And of course,
that'll cure you.
Urinary conditions. The study and examination of urine continued for a while, but the formal occupation of uroscopist is believed to have been introduced between the 4th and 7th centuries in the Byzantine Empire.
Didn't you drink piss? Yes, I've drank my own piss multiple times on accident. On accident. Keep that in mind. One time, I'm not going through these stories again. Yes, I've drank my piss on accident. It tastes like really thick, warm salt water. If you're curious. Pee tastes like really gross salt water. All like slimy salt water.
Empire, hitting its peak in the Middle Ages. According to medieval Welsh medical texts, it was believed that urine was the filtrate of the
Tell us the story. I'm like a freshman or sophomore in high school. I'm playing Black Ops 3 Search and Destroy. Maybe I was in 8th grade. I'm playing Black Ops 3 Search and Destroy, because I think that's when it came out, actually. I might have been in, like, 7th or 8th grade. I'm playing Black Ops 3 Search and Destroy. It's mid-round. I have to pee. I can't run to the bathroom. I pee in a bottle that I was just drinking out of. I put it back where I was drinking out of. Moments later, I go, I'm quite thirsty. And instinctively, I grab the bottle. I sip it. I go, that's piss. Yuck. Spit it out. Wash my mouth. Move on. Right? I do it again like 6 months later. Then there was another time where I was drunk at my friend's house and I packed a water bottle in my bag, my backpack, because we were going to go to a bar. I was going to sleep at his house. So I pack a water bottle in my bag and I fall asleep. I wake up and I go, thirsty. Reach into the bag. It's very dark. I start drinking and about like 2 gulps in, I go, that's piss. And I put it down. And I go, I hope it was my pee. I assume it was my piss. But at some point, I think I had to have stood up and peed in the bottle in the middle of the night or something. I don't really know, but yeah.
Or humors: black bile, yellow bile, phlegm, and blood. Of course, we now know that
there might have been a 4th time, but I think there was 3.
Your pee is the product of your kidneys filtering your blood and excess water, but hey, medical science was still a baby back then. Because of this
how do you pee in a bottle? You aim the pee into the bottle. So easy. What do you mean? I've pissed in a bottle 1,000 times. 1,000 times I've peed in a bottle. It's hard for women? Yeah, because they don't have a fucking rod to aim with. You're just, you're just guessing.
Theory: uroscopists believe that urine...
Gatorade bottle's the easiest, but you could pee in a water bottle. There was one time where, those like snack water bottles? There was one time I was at like a track meet and I really had to pee. Or we were going to a track meet and we only had those bottles and I filled like 4 of them. It was like I was like bottling like alchemy, like or alchemist chemicals. It was like done. Had to cut the pee, throw it away, fill another one,
Was the end all be?
Dude, I told y'all there was one time we're going to a track meet that was far away. It was like 5 hours, and my friend had to pee, but he didn't have a water bottle, and everybody held their water bottle. Like, we wouldn't stop. So all the guys had piss bottles. Like, you would just drink water out of a bottle, and then you would pee in that bottle, and then you would dump it out at the track meet. Like, when we got there. And, well, there was one time that I filled my water bottle, and I still had to pee. So I went, I need to dump this out. So I didn't want to wait till we stopped fully. So I was like, oh, I'll just dump it out when we're going slow. And I'm sitting in the middle of the bus and I'm dumping the pee out, but the fucking wind resistance is just slapping the pee right into the side of the bus. So the whole side of the bus is covered in my piss. And so I just go, well, and I just pee in the bottle. We get to the meet and I step out of the car and bro, the whole side of the bus is just stained with piss. I just leave. I come back, the bus is clean. I guess the bus driver might have assumed something happened. But there was another time, it was a spring meet, and I don't know where we were driving, but we were driving far. And my friend had to pee, but he didn't bring a bottle, so he peed in a Dorito bag. But he filled it so much that he was holding it like this, and we hit like a speed bump, and he went, oop, and then the bottle just smacked the ground, and the piss went everywhere. The piss went everywhere. It starts like dripping down. It starts like dripping down the aisle. Oh my God, it was hilarious.
All for determining a person's health status, and thus it was the most important substance to study. The most telling quality of the urine was its color. So after collecting a fresh sample, a real fresh sample, the color was immediately observed. But a problem with qualitative analysis is that it's completely subjective, whereas quantitative is objective. When it comes to subjectivity, one PP doctor may interpret the same color differently than another. For objectivity,
gotta get multiple opinions then.
Numbers are numbers. There's no argument there. In order to mitigate subjectivity and establish some sort of consistency, the piss percipients often constructed quick reference guides,
a piss wheel of sorts, a color wheel,
to use as a standard for diagnosis, sharing their knowledge across heavily detailed manuscripts. As an example, if your urine was clear, you might have some spleen issues. If it was dark red, your liver's too hot. Green, you've got jaundice. Black, well...
Yo, if I'm pissing green or black, it's over. You're bleeding like if you piss black, you're bleeding profusely into your urine, right? Like into your kidneys. Like you're gonna die. Like if you're pissing black.
Wait, is
black not normal? No. If you're pissing black in modern day, you just go to a hospital. But like if you're pissing black in like the fucking 1200s, you're fucking cooked.
Black urine a thing? Oh.
Wow. That's just blood. It's just bloody urine.
Oh, God. Yeah, I don't think you're going to be doing too well if you're ink.
Bro posted that shit on Reddit. Is this normal? Is this normal? Question mark.
You know, your dink. While you had the visual
fucking pee and grape juice
aspect, Euroscopists also ventured down the avenues of smell and taste to solidify the reasonings if a diagnosis couldn't be immediately deciphered from color alone.
Wow, dude. Literally just smelling the fucking urine bottle.
Urine that tasted sweet was evidence of diabetes, whereas stinky pee-pee usually meant infection. Now, while this may seem
what if they were eating asparagus?
Silly looking at it through a modern lens, there was some validity to the practice. Uroscopists were able to properly diagnose conditions like diabetes and jaundice through their practices. Diagnosis was great and all, but without proper and effective treatment, you're not going to be making much progress, except just being closer to the grave. It's like if someone tells you, hey, your car is broken, and then proceeds to offer no meaningful solution. At that point, they're just taking the piss.
Garden hermit.
The ultra wealthy really love spending their money on stupid shit. They love.
Hey, Joe, my sister just told me she's gay. What do I do? Absolutely nothing. It's not really that big of a debacle. Your sister's gay. Great news. Now you just move on, you know? Doesn't really change much of your life at all.
Love it, in fact. When you've got more...
Yeah, support her. But, like, you're saying, like, what do I do? Like, it's a problem.
More money than you could spend in 50 lifetimes? Why not? Dumping the most expensive champagne on luxury watches, a fifth mansion on the beach, rigging elections, whatever tickles their sacks. But ostentatious spending is nothing new. You see, back in the 1700s, wealthy estate owners in England, Ireland, and Scotland were bored out of their skulls. I mean, think about it. The extent of dopamine rushes back then were what? Attending yet another opulent ball, hunting some wildlife, racing a horse or two, then putting them down when they don't win. And when you felt like a real degenerate, you had excessive gambling. But these frivolous activities got stale real quick. There needed to be something fresh, something grand, something right in your own backyard. That's when the idea of the English landscape garden started to bloom, transforming sprawling grounds of estates into picturesque and serene scenes. Replacing the clear-cut and formal gardens of their French counterparts, English landscapes were to appear engineered by nature itself, with natural slopes, ponds, groupings of trees and flowers, a nice boulder or two.
How is that interesting, though? Like, how does that provide entertainment?
And
it's just like a better backyard.
Organic decoration. These established wonderful getaways for owners and guests alike to retreat and get in touch with nature. But for some, all the stone and trees and grass just wasn't cutting it. Something was missing, something human. Like a person. Believe it or not, some wealthy fellas sought out to hire real-life people as decorations for their gardens. Take, for example, one Joseph Pocklington. Born into a wealthy banking family and receiving his inheritance at just 26 years old, his priority was to just spend the shit out of it. After all, what's the point of having money if you don't spend it? As my dad always tells me, you only live once, son. Enjoy it. Well, Mr. Pocklington over here made damn sure he was going to enjoy the life he was given. After purchasing his own private island on a lake, he commissioned the construction of his own armed fortress, a druid temple, and several natural grottos. In order to make the estate seem more lively, he advertised employment for a man to live in.
Wanted man for my garden. And he just watched the guy live in his garden. That is so fucking weird.
His garden, demanding that the man, quote, live for 7 years without washing or cutting his hair.
Live for 7 years without washing or cutting his hair? So every day you just check up on like, oh, is this guy dead or not? He has to like, he's forced to just be in like some secluded area.
Hair or nails. The man was to never speak or interact with any guests and would spend his lonely...
Oh my God, you would have your own little little gnome. Yeah, you would have like a guy that you would watch from afar and just be like, what's he doing today?
Days in an artificial cave. The basic idea was for guests to observe a man in his most natural state, untouched by societal influence. If the man was able to carry out these conditions, he would be paid the equivalent of about $100,000 in today's money. Now that's spread over the whole 7 years, so
that is pretty bad. 100K in 7 years.
So it's not really that much. But the position
But does he get fed or does he have to like hunt for food?
Was dubbed the Ornamental Garden Hermit. Now get this, Pocklington was not the only fella to come up with this idea. Others employed their own hermits with much more lenient rules. Perhaps the most well-known example was the Hill family from Shropshire. Their botanical bro was dubbed Father Francis, and he fully interacted with guests, told stories, and dispensed his own wisdom, all while maintaining a mysterious yet comforting presence.
I want to see the hermit, mummy. I want to see the hermit.
The trend of the ornamental garden hermit lasted just over a century, finally being uprooted in the 1830s in favor of—
Yo, that really does suck as a job, though. Like, I feel like I'd rather be the guy, like, having to, like, taste pee and shit than, like, actually just live alone for 7 years and not interact with humans. Like, having a day job where you kind of look at pee and once in a while you got to drink the pee, it's like— that's better than being, like, actually fully alone. You would go insane, would you not? A part of your job requirement is you can't interact with anyone.
Of living statues. And to answer your—
That's horrible. Like, you don't get to live. You're literally a hermit. You have to fucking live in a cave for 7 years.
Question, no. Garden gnomes were not inspired by the garden hermit. Those came from Germanic folklore, hundreds of years prior. But they'll still guard your garden as best they can.
Wow.
The worst jobs in—
All right, we gotta watch that another day now. We got a royal butt wiper. Oh my god. Watch that? No, we're gonna watch that another day. That's got to be watched another day. That is so interesting. Royal butt wiper, and they've roped me back in. Nick and Milo for the sub. Yam, Shrew, Ivy, and Toby for the sub. Pang, Trippy, and Super, thank you for the 3. Thigh for the sub. P-Dog, Cam, TB for the sub. Diff, X, Adam, Carter, Boogle, thank you for the sub. Diff, thank you for the 3. Kyber and Carter for the sub. Galaxy, thank you for the 3. Isn't $10 for school lunch with no free plans and no breakfast unreasonable? I know, right? The Hills. Was that supposed to be a joke? Rise, Lux, and 89 for the sub. Big, thank you for the 4. Biggie and Fonz for the sub. K-Bab and Alex for the sub. Alex and Lex for the sub. Apollo, thank you for the 5 gifteds. I don't understand. Sorry and Save for the sub. Lydon, Ivan for the sub. Bomber and G-Mom for the sub. Tanner for the sub. Galaxy for the 3. Kind of a garden hermit. I also traded a guy $10 for free homework. Nick for the sub. All right. Ancient humans were stoners. Archaeology proves it. Yeah, ban that guy. No, ban that guy. Some Russian. Ancient humans were, if you have any videos you're able to watch, chat, or games you're able to play, video, /tab, game, /tab. Don't spam in chat. Don't be annoying. You're going to get banned. I'm letting you know. It doesn't matter if you're a sub. You're going to get banned. Stop being spamming or stop being spammy and just fucking type the same thing over and over. It's annoying as fuck. All right. Ancient humans were stoners. Archaeology proves it.
Was a drug. Most people think of drug use as a modern vice, but archaeology has proven the exact opposite. Beer predates farming, weed was domesticated before wheat, and Göbekli Tepe was a brewery.
Yeah, but the beer and like drugs they had back then were a lot weaker than modern terms. Like, people did get, high and hallucinate and shit in early, caveman times. But like, a guy smoking weed 10,000 years ago is not hitting that fucking Pineapple Express, Maui Wowie, fucking train wrecks good kush that people are smoking today. That would put them on their ass. They'd hit that shit one time and green out. Like, they could not hang with a modern day blunt rotation.
But the evidence of drug use goes back much further than you'd ever expect. Drugs are everywhere in nature. Think of it. Weed, shrooms, peyote, they're all just sitting there waiting to be used. And dozens of wild animals have been documented enjoying their psychoactive effects. Birds get stoned on marijuana seeds, and elephants—
What? Birds? Like, hummingbirds will eat marijuana seeds? That's fucking so funny.
get drunk on any fermented fruit they can find.
Oh my god, he's fent-fold and his nuts are out. Jesus. This is a low light for this elephant.
Like sex, hunger, and thirst, the pursuit of intoxication can never be repressed. It is biologically inevitable. But from an evolutionary perspective, this is difficult to explain. Birds drunk on fermented fruits fly headfirst into windows, while disoriented
I feel like they do that shit either way, dude.
monkeys ignore their young and wander off into the jaws of predators.
Ooh.
Intoxication is dangerous and often leads to death. If we are truly the product of natural selection, what could explain this? According to ethnobotanist Giorgio Samarini, the risk is worth it because intoxication promotes lateral thinking. Lateral thinking is thinking outside the box, without which a species would be unable to come up with new solutions to old.
Well, isn't that part of the idea of how, like, there's a theory, the stoned ape theory, that, you know, our ancestors that we have in relation to modern day great apes got really high on mushrooms, and that sparked a downturn that led us to being modern humans today. Like, they took mushrooms or some sort of hallucinogenic like peyote and, you know, trip balls and went, oh my god, maybe I should cook my food or something crazy. And then they were able to fucking, you know, slowly evolve. Reese, thank you for the 3 on the way to Jersey right now. King and Pig for the sub. Curse, thank you for the 3. My mom almost got convinced to do ayahuasca because it would open her third eye. I'm glad I convinced her not to. Mr. Dronin asked, thank you for the sub.
Problems and eventually go extinct. Intoxication is therefore a useful evolutionary survival strategy, and the implications of this idea for human evolution are profound. And that brings us to a bold theory. What if what helped us ascend from primitive ape to tool-using human was getting high? The stoned ape.
I think the stoned ape theory has a valid premise, but I don't think it's the only thing. Like, I don't think the reason that humans are evolved as a species is because we would get fucking high all the time, you know? I think it might have played a small part in, like, certain advancements that humans made, and obviously, not obviously, but, like, potentially religion. You know, you could argue that a lot of things that people believe spiritually came from hallucinating, but I don't think that's, like, the only reason that we're where we are now.
Theory proposes that psilocybin mushrooms drove evolution forward, making us more intelligent, socially complex, and successful. The truth is that psychedelic mushrooms were abundant across the environment our ancestors evolved in. These early humans, such as Australopithecines, mainly ate plants, and mushrooms were certainly on the menu. There is no doubt that ancient humans ate psilocybin mushrooms and experienced the mind-expanding effects. Philosopher Terence McKenna, who came up with the stoned ape theory, proposed that shroom consumption by early humans gave them an advantage while hunting and foraging.
Terence McKenna also made penis envy mushrooms, right?
He based this on a study which found that psychedelic mushrooms could increase edge detection and visual acuity, helping our ancestors hunt and forage more effectively. The shrooms may have also increased sexual arousal, leading to a reproductive benefit. Higher doses would dissolve the ego, leading to a more selfless and efficient group. So the mushrooms were there, our ancestors were eating them, and they genuinely altered the mind. So did they make us human? McKenna was harshly criticized by academics, and not without reason. The study he based his whole hypothesis on actually concluded that psilocybin may not be conducive to the survival of an organism. The sexual arousal claim.
I don't think it's conducive for the survival of the organism, but I think he has a valid point in that, like, it could provide some sort of benefit. I don't think it's the reason we're where we are, like I said, but I could so see how, like, a weird middle evolved, like Australopithecus, a weird middle evolved, like, half ape, half man looking hybrid that can't really speak, but understands life at a more complex level than an ape would, eats mushrooms, and has, like, an aha moment. I don't know what that would be, but, like, maybe being, like, an inward better reasoning, like, oh, fuck, I'm alive. You know, having that, like, oh, shit, I'm a real thinking thing in, like, some way. Like, I could see that.
Had no scientific backing either. But most importantly, the effects of shrooms are temporary and are not passed down to your offspring. But academics.
Yeah, but like neither is most of the shit that we have today. Like the majority of human experience and knowledge is passed through generations through teaching. That's why like the first third of your fucking life, not first third, first fourth-ish of your life is just school. Because you're not like a dog, you know? You don't just get given the skills that you need when you're born. Like if you didn't go to school, you would be a fucking idiot. Like I know a lot of the shit they teach in school is stupid and useless, but like if you never went to school, you would be a dumbass. You would be stupid as fuck. Like that's why you at least need to get through like elementary school to learn how to read and write and do basic math, because that's like something that you kind of just need on a day-to-day basis.
Didn't reject the stone ape theory because ancient humans weren't eating mushrooms. They rejected it because McKenna overclaimed what those mushrooms did. The mushrooms were
School system hasn't changed. Yeah, you need some of that knowledge. No, I agree. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't think a lot of the stuff that school teaches you is, specifically useful to your life in general, but it gives you general knowledge that makes you averagely a smarter person. You're better at problem solving. You're better at adapting to situations. You're better at learning. You're better at working, Like, I do agree that I think modern school systems, especially in the United States, kind of bottleneck kids into the 9-to-5 life, but it also is needed. I think it needs a reformat, not a complete scrap and redo,
absolutely there, and our ancestors were probably eating them. They may have helped our ancestors with the lateral thinking that is needed to invent new tools and strategies. So did shrooms make us human? Probably not on their own, but they almost certainly had an effect on the evolution of lateral thinking. Psilocybin mushrooms are one of the most potent mind-expanding substances out there. During times of hardship, they may have helped our ancestors come up with new solutions to age-old problems. Unfortunately, finding direct evidence for this is impossible, but hard to deny nonetheless. I also love just thinking about a bunch of Homo erectus just sitting around tripping in Pleistocene Africa. Imagine being stoned in an...
And I wonder, there obviously had to be a time where they ate the mushrooms and didn't know that it would make them hallucinate, and then it did. But then there had to be a point where they started looking for them. Like, the earlier human ancestors made the connection that these specific mushrooms make me trip balls. Let's look for them. Like, they wanted to have them.
Environment with giant baboons, lions, paranthropus, and all you have to defend yourself is a...
Those are so uncanny. This form, is this this is an Australopithecus. What is this? This form of human, is so creepy to me. It's like what Uncanny Valley is.
Paranthropus, and all you have to defend yourself is a wooden spear. The more you learn about human evolution, I swear the more absurd it gets. And as it turns out, shrooms were just the beginning. As our species evolved, mushroom use became institutionalized. Shamanism is one of the oldest spiritual practices on Earth. It is built entirely around altered states of consciousness. The shaman often ingests a substance, accompanied with dancing and drumming that allows them to enter the spirit world. Here, they obtain knowledge and wisdom to bring back to their group. It's the same exact lateral thinking we talked about earlier, except now it has a job title. Our earliest evidence comes from Europe around 40,000 years ago, where archaeologists have found bone flutes, hybrid figurines, and abstract cave art. Depictions of human-animal hybrids are highly indicative of shamanism, because in traditional societies, shamans often wear the costumes of animals to gain their power. There is no doubt that shamanism was common throughout the world this early on.
One of the coolest things we talked about in my philosophy class was when you look at cave paintings throughout time, the coolest transition to see, I've said this before on stream, but the coolest transition to see is when they went from painting other things they saw to themselves. The first hand paintings and then individual stick figure drawings of caveman families is the coolest, because it's them at it's showing that they know they exist, not just a biological feeling or strive to draw move forward and eat and survive. It's not all biological. They had abstract thinking beyond just survival needs. They were holy fuck, I actually exist. And then they were able to paint that, versus earlier cave paintings where it's maybe they had a level of consciousness that's obviously on a higher realm than most species, but the inner understanding of self wasn't fully built yet because they were still drawing things they saw and they had some interest in art and painting, but it was like they never made themselves yet.
And they almost certainly were consuming psychoactive substances. Shamans in Siberia conduct these traditions with mushrooms to this day, and their culture traces directly back to the Ice Age. But an incredible site in North Africa finally proved this connection. In the Tassili Na'ajer Plateau in the Sahara Desert, there is a cave painting depicting something profound. A strange masked figure with mushrooms growing out of every surface. His hand
See, that's so awesome, bro. Some dude tripping fucking 30K years ago made that. Is that his dick?
hands full of shrooms. The distinctive round caps almost certainly represent
Is he peeing? I don't...
psilocybin mushrooms. But the figure isn't alone. Around him, figures dance in elaborate costumes, while others make love. The
Yo. How long ago was this?
whole scene carries the unmistakable appearance of a ceremony with people in altered states of consciousness. Other cave art from the same time period in Spain depicts
Oh my god, they're all just fucking drawing mushrooms.
mushrooms as well. Shamanism was the most common religious practice across the entire world during the Stone Age, and it seems institutionalized mushroom use was common as well. I have been studying human evolution for years, and honestly I think I vastly underestimated the role of psychoactive substances in our development. Another substance has been used since the Ice Age that you have probably consumed. Wild cannabis was growing across Europe and Asia before our species even existed. Ancient humans have been living among this plant since the first Homo erectus left Africa some 2 million years ago. In its undomesticated form, it is fairly low in THC, the chemical that gets you high.
Is this just like, is this actually just natural weed? Weed is everywhere in some places. So this is just natural weed.
The chemical that gets you high. But it is very high in CBD, a chemical which helps with anxiety and pain relief. The seeds are also edible, and the plant itself makes very strong cordage. This plant was very useful to our ancestors. But did they actually get stoned in the Stone Age? Recent DNA evidence found around 12,000 years ago, two families of cannabis diverged, one used for hemp and the other for THC. Meaning as far back as
Wow, so they started hand-picking two different types of weed 12,000 years ago to grow for material usage and for getting high.
the end of the last Ice Age. Ancient humans were cultivating
Yo, Jelly, thank you for the raid, bro. Mr. Zay, the Killer Scotty, Kanye, Flamey, Jay gave for the sub some, thank you for the 3. Dolphin Seek out pot for fish to play with them to get high. Yeah, they like stress them out, so they release the toxins and then like inhale it. Rev and Zap for the sub, 74 for the sub, G-Ball for the 3. Would you microdose on stream ever? No. That's TOS. 100% no. Jedediah for the sub. I was also talking to my friend about this yesterday. I haven't taken mushrooms in like 2 years. Just about.
cannabis for multiple purposes, including drug use. High THC varieties could have simply been consumed like an edible or smoked. At 12,000 years old, this puts its domestication slightly before any food crops. It actually could be the earliest plant ever domesticated. It is still contested where it was first domesticated, most likely being East Asia. Our earliest direct evidence comes from the Oki Islands near Japan, where 10,200-year-old cannabis seeds were found in Jomon pots. Ancient China and India documented using cannabis in spiritual rituals, along with many other cultures. Herodotus
I feel like it would be very common for them to make like a tea. Like a THC tea, because it's harder to like bake it. I mean, I'm maybe smoking, it's obviously easy, but I could see them like brewing the cannabis into like boiling water. I don't know how much would release out of that, but
the world's first historian, documented its use by the Central Asian Scythians. He writes, the Scythians, as I said, take some of this hemp seed.
How much natural weed can make you high? I don't really know what THC percentage existed in weed 12,000 years ago. Probably very little. But even like in the 70s, like when your parents were in high school, the average joint had like 6% THC. Now the average joint is like 30. What percent THC did joints have in the 70s? Oh my God, it's even less. Marijuana in the 1970s was 1 to 4%. Most estimates hovering around 2 to 3. Most strains today contain like 20%. And so it was probably even less, but I think not much less, because in the 70s it was probably a lot closer to like natural amounts, even if they were harvesting it. Marijuana has been selectively bred over the last 30 years to have higher potency. 5 to 10. Weed today is 5 to 7 times stronger than the 70s.
And creeping under the felt coverings, throw it upon red-hot stones. Immediately it smokes and gives out such a vapor as no Greek vapor bath can exceed. The Siths, delighted, shout for joy. The Scythians were the pioneers of mounted warfare, known as brutal warriors. But it seems they loved a high as much as the rest of us. Cannabis would make its way into cultures all over Europe and Africa as it spread with trade, becoming important to many religious practices. I don't know about you.
Wow, dude. As civilizations merge, you fucking meet a civilization that doesn't have weed, you go, yo, check this shit. They only have beer. Yo, try this shit out.
But I find it hilarious that one of the first plants we ever domesticated wasn't to feed villages. No, it was more important.
Praying while fried is wild. It's actually, like, very common outside of, like, Christianity. Even within some sects of Christianity, like smaller groups. A lot of other religions get high for the purpose of being spiritual. That's why, like, a lot of natives and, like, tribes in the United States get legal permission to use peyote, even if it's illegal in the state, for religious reasons.
It was to get high. But the
very common.
Next example is even funnier. Humans may actually have
not for you, but very common elsewhere.
Invented civilization so they could get a steady flow of beer. Alcohol is one of the oldest intoxicating substances.
That's psychosis. Do you know what psychosis is?
Substances consumed by humans. Beer. It's even funnier. Humans may actually have invented civilization so they could get a steady flow of beer. Alcohol is one of the oldest intoxicating substances consumed by humans. Fruit naturally ferments in the wild, and chimpanzees purposefully seek out this food source, consuming over 2 drinks a day worth of alcohol. Our ancestors were almost certainly doing the same thing, but at some point we developed a more efficient method. In the Levant region starting 15,000 years ago, the Natufian culture began harvesting wild grains in abundance. They were grinding them up into flour using stones, giving them a calorie-rich food staple. By mixing with water, they made nutritious porridges, and if left out, would ferment into alcohol. And we don't just have to hypothesize. Researchers have found residue of beer dating back 13,000 years ago in the Levant. At Haifa Cave, stone mortars were carved into the cave floor, where wheat and barley-based alcohol were ground and fermented. This proves that beer predates agriculture and even civilization by thousands of years. Imagine getting together with your lads in a cave, brewing some beer, and getting drunk 13,000 years ago.
Bro, I feel like that had to make you sick, though, no? Because, like, earlier beer and alcohol consumption was, like, obviously, yes, fermentation, but also, like, rotting. Like, a level of, if you got drunk, you're probably going to, like, vomit, not even from being, like, too drunk, like alcohol poisoning. Like, you just made yourself sick.
It's wonderful. But scholars believe that the impact of beer on human culture was far more profound. Göbekli Tepe is one of the most important archaeological sites in the world. It proved that thousands of years before writing or civilization, humans could get together and create massive structures. But recent evidence suggests it may have actually been the world's first pub. Göbekli Tepe shows no evidence of permanent habitation.
A pub where they'd pull up and buy drinks? What?
Humans could get together and create massive structures. But recent evidence suggests it may have actually been the world's first pub. Göbekli Tepe shows no evidence of permanent habitation. The people who built it by all evidence were hunter-gatherers. Plenty of plant and animal remains have been found at the site, all of which were undomesticated. But their abundance suggests that lavish feasts occurred here, feasts which included beer. In multiple rooms at Göbekli Tepe, trough-shaped limestone vessels have been found. They are built into the floor of the room. 6 have been found, and in total, add up to 160.
I just wish I could see what, like, I wish I could experience what it was like to be somebody that lived in that time. Like, I'm not upset that I'm alive now. You know, I'm glad to be alive in general, but I feel like the connection that humans had with Earth was probably a lot more profound when a lot less was known, you know? there's no society or technology or like any science. You kind of just exist. Like we're animals. We will always be animals. But like we're developed animals. Yes, they were more developed, but they still lived among the creatures of the world. Whereas now we have like our own societies. Whereas like that was probably like a huge deal, man. Like you're a hunter-gatherer society. You don't farm. You don't use much agriculture in general. Like you kind of just hunt and, forage for items on a day-to-day basis. And once in your life, you build this fucking huge structure and meet up with a bunch of other humans and get fucking hammered. Like, what a weird experience that would be.
Liters. A grayish-black residue was found in the lower part of the vessel. Chemical analysis found evidence of oxalate. Oxalate develops during the steeping, mashing, and fermentation of cereals, and can indicate the production of beer. It is still contested if this proves for certain that beer was being produced, as old porridge could hypothetically leave the same trace, though many scholars are convinced beer was being made. The beer would have had an alcohol concentration of only about 2%, but considering these people had
2%? That ain't that bad, though, bro. For fucking 12,000 years ago.
no alcohol tolerance,
You drink a gallon of that? Yeah, no alcohol tolerance, they get hammered.
and there was about 40 liters in one trough, the effect would have been noticeable. But beyond the fun that may have gone along with consuming alcohol, beer was safer to consume than water in these days. Thus, it was nutritious and safe. The vessels are often...
Doesn't that even, like, transition to, like, even, like, the 1200s or, like, the 1000... Like, after, like, modern day, like, Anno Domini AD, or CE, rather. Beer safer than water? Yeah, because of its alcohol contents, there's no, like, bacteria. Like, if you drank water, it might make you sick versus drinking beer, which is safer to drink.
Surrounded by benches which could have sat more than a dozen people. The perfect structure for communal feasting and drinking. Getting drunk with your tribe at Göbekli Tepe must have been a great time. These feasts were clearly important to bring large groups of people together to bond, share ideas, but also to move massive stones like those found at Göbekli Tepe. To supply these feasts,
they gave young teens beer and wine. It was a long time ago. It was super normal. Yo, 6 grams. That's like mad normal in Europe today. That's not a historical thing. That's like very common in Europe that like a 13-year-old will drink wine at dinner or some shit. Like with their family. Not like drunk, but like, isn't that common? I feel like that's common in Europe, no? Because like the drinking age is lower too. Yeah, it's many common for teens, like 14 and younger, to have small amounts of wine or beer at family meals, as it's viewed at meals, not mirrors. It's a more cultural component, dining rather than a forbidden activity. In Southern Europe and Germany, table wine is consumed by teenagers quite commonly.
more grain and meat was needed, possibly helping to spur on the domestication of both plants and animals. Genetic analysis has shown that the domestication of both einkorn and emmer wheat took place in close vicinity to Göbekli Tepe. Therefore, farming and ultimately civilization may have been the byproducts of brewing beer. I mean, after all, what greater incentive is there than beer? And the more you think about it, the more it makes sense. The consumption of alcohol helps communities bond, relieves stress, but also leads to that lateral thinking we were...
Dude, that's like one of the weirdest things about like, I guess like drugs or mind-altering substances in general is like, it is such a social thing. Like, people drinking together is a social activity. Like, one of the biggest things people note about, like, quitting cigarettes is, like, they lose friends. And I'm not advocating for cigarettes smoking. I just think it's fascinating that, like, people that smoke weed together usually just have something in common or are more likely to be friends. If you have a coworker that smokes cigarettes and you smoke cigarettes, you guys will probably be more likely to be friends than somebody else because you guys will take cigarette smoke breaks together and talk. Like, yeah, having an interest in some random, you know, mind-altering substance will make you more likely to meet people in some way. Like, it's odd. I'm not saying it's good. It's bad in some regards, but
talking about earlier, and this may have led to new ideas in these communities. But every drug we've mentioned so
yeah, it's sharing an experience, true.
far are tame compared to what we discovered in the Americas. In South America,
Wouldn't it be a true friendship, though? You could say that about most friendships you have. True friends are far and few between. Like, a true friendship of virtue is like 2 people in your life, maybe. The majority of friends you have are circumstantial and based off of, like, you sharing interests and liking being around each other. Like, if you play basketball and your friend plays basketball, you both are friends because you both play basketball, right? First and foremost. You might be friends after that for another reason, but the same thing could be said about, like, you're friends with somebody because they also smoke cigarettes, and you met each other at work, and you smoke cigarettes and have cigarette breaks together, and then you hit it off, and now you're friends. It's like the same shit.
a variety of incredibly potent drugs have been used since the Stone Age, one of which is coca leaves, the active ingredient.
What's a true friend? Somebody that knows you beyond... I mean, I've made philosophy videos about that. True friends, it's like... they know you through and through, and they are your friend not for any sort of personal gain. They enjoy being around you, but they don't need to be friends with you, right? It's hard to explain. It's like a true friend. Your parents are your true friends. Horrible take. Horrible take. Very dependent on the individual, brother. You cannot say your parents are your true friends. Maybe your parents are your true friends. You could not say that about everybody. There's also a definitive love dynamic that exists between parents and their kids, and I will agree with that fully. I think once you're older, I think you could kind of have a more friend-based bond with your parents, but Aristotle has some bad takes, but in Nicomachean Ethics, or just like him talking about friendships in general, I will agree that I think that a parent and kid relationship, the kid will always have some sort of love imbalance with the parent because they're the reason you exist. So even if you're in good standings, like, your mom or dad might be more protective of you than you are of them, but the love that you have for your mother will be more than the love that they have for you. Not always, but a lot of the time. Because it's like, they're not your God. I'm not saying that, but they're the reason you exist. Same thing with, like, boss and worker, right? You might be casually friends with one another, but, like, they're higher than you. You're not equals. You're not. You and your mom, you and your dad are not equals. They're above you in a social hierarchy, in a respect sense, and in a biological sense. They're above you, right? So a true friend is generally not a parent. It could be a sibling. It could be just a regular friend. It could be a cousin, but not of somebody that is seen. That's a bad take. I don't think it is. Again, it is subjective, right? You could disagree with me, but, like, there is a hierarchy in terms of, you know, your grandparents are, you should respect them, right? Obviously, you could have a shitty father, shitty mother, and that's a different scenario. But I'm saying in a general, just blanketed paper sheet of social hierarchy, your parents are above you, and your grandparents are above them. It's a respect your elders type thing.
And of course, being cocaine. Coca leaves.
What?
In South America, a variety of incredibly potent drugs have been used since the Stone Age.
But chewing coca leaves, not making cocaine.
Which is coca leaves, the active ingredient of course being cocaine. Coca leaves naturally grow all over the Andes. Chewing the leaves provides a mild energy boost and relief, but of course ancient humans found a way to intensify their effects. Archaeologists excavating a house from 8,000 years ago found coca leaves on the floor, and along with them were pieces of calcite. Calcite helps to release organic compounds. When combined with coca leaves, it creates a much more intense high. The quantities of the leaves suggest that the wider community was coming together to chew coca leaves recreationally.
And every day, dude, because that shit's addicting. It's not like, oh, this was just like something like you could say it's like, oh, more of a spiritual thing with like hallucinogenics, but stuff like cocoa leaves that's like super abundant, bro, they're probably high all day.
And the time period just so happened to line up with the explosion of systematic farming in the region. So coked up farmers were spearheading civilization in the Andes. Guys, I'm starting to think that drugs really did create civilization. Cocoa would remain popular.
I don't see a civilization I don't see a world where like humanity exists with zero mind-altering substances. Like the average person is not necessarily addicted to, but uses either nicotine, alcohol, weed, mushrooms, or some sort of substance. Caffeine, another thing. Nobody talks about that. Like probably 80% of the people in this chat use caffeine. Like, that's a mind-altering substance. It's a stimulant.
Popular as cultures rose and fell in the Andes. Ancient pottery depicts people.
It's very rare there's somebody that does nothing. Nothing. It's very rare somebody just doesn't have caffeine, they don't drink, they don't smoke, they don't use nicotine, they do nothing. It's very rare.
With bulged cheeks.
There's people that do it. I'm not saying, like, but then even the people that do it are usually obsessed with something else. Sugary drinks, others like they look forward to something that changes their brain chemistry in some minute way.
Chewing coca leaves. Evidence suggests it became part of elaborate and often deadly rituals.
Mormons, but Mormons are obsessed with soda. Mormons are obsessed with soda. Are they not? Isn't Sodalicious and those other companies that exist in Utah like super fucking popular? The Amish. Do the Amish use anything? I feel like the Amish can drink occasionally, no? Outside of Room Springer. Like tobacco. Some Amish people smoke tobacco in more conservative or traditional old order communities, where it's often considered a tolerated traditional habit, especially amongst men. Nicotine. While Amish people frown upon it, some groups prohibit it, others grow their tobacco, smoke cigars, pipes, cigarettes. I mean, it depends. It's probably the specific sub-niche community.
And this brings us to one of the most haunting archaeological discoveries of all time. The children of Lula Iliko. In 1999, a man hiked Lula Iliko, one of the tallest mountains in South America. Here he discovered a strange stone structure with 3 children inside. Due to the cold and dry conditions, they were almost perfectly preserved, except for one which was struck by lightning at some point. They were buried along with figurines made of precious metals and other grave goods. Analysis found that the children were sacrificed in an Incan religious ritual taking place around 500 years ago. They were drugged with an immense amount of coca leaves and corn beer, and they seem to have died in their sleep and placed atop the mountain. The practice of ritual sacrifice in the Andes was intended to ensure health, rich harvests, and favorable weather. While certainly barbaric to us, it was different times back then. Human sacrifice was once incredibly common across the ancient world.
Oh my god, where was it? Was it in the Mayan culture where they would kill somebody every day and rip their beating heart out? No, it's the Aztecs. Did they do it every day? Did the Aztecs rip someone's heart out every day? The priest would rip a heart out, place it in a bowl held by a statue. It says frequently, not every day. Around 200 sacrifices a year, potentially. No more than.
But what's even crazier is what archaeologists discovered at Cahuachi in Peru. It served as a major religious center of Nazca culture 2,000 years ago. Due to the very dry...
Is penis envy the reason you haven't taken shrooms in a while? No, I just haven't wanted to. But yeah, I did have kind of a not a bad trip, but like, I don't know, bro. That shit was horrible. The trip wasn't horrible. That shit was fucking way too strong, man. That was like bad. I don't take shrooms, by the way, but like, holy fuck, man. It was because normally, like, I have taken shrooms like 10 times. And I'm not advocating for the usage of them. But, like, every time I've taken them, I've always known I was going to take them, like, a week prior. And the last time I took mushrooms, my friend was like, the day of or the day before, was like, you want to take them? I'm like, oh, yeah, I'll take, like, a gram, something light. And I think I took, like, a gram or a gram and a half. But it was of penis envy, which is way stronger. And it has more psilocin and psilocybin than, like, a regular mushroom. Like psilocybe cubensis or enigma mushrooms or, like, golden cap mushrooms or whatever they're called. Golden teachers, rather. And so I take it and I just start, dude, it's like 15 minutes in and I go, oh, I'm tripping. And then I was like, this is going to be, I'm not ready for this. And so I'm like trying to like calm myself down because I'm like, this is going to be, I thought I was just going to be like, oh, feeling a little happy, maybe watch like a Netflix documentary. Dude, the room starts morphing. And I just go, oh, no.
By conditions, the burials at the site led to bodies naturally mummifying. Many of these people were sacrificed, 4 of which were trophy heads. But their preservation gave researchers the opportunity to chemically analyze the hair of 22 of these ancient people. They found evidence of not only coca, but also ayahuasca. Ayahuasca contains one of the most powerful psychedelic substances on Earth, dimethyltryptamine, also known as DMT. Users describe how it can pull you entirely away from reality, including encounters with entities from other realms. Researchers think that the mummies at Cahuachi were given ayahuasca to calm and disorient them before their lives were taken. But ayahuasca...
What a horrible way to die. Oh my god. You're tripping balls and then they kill you? Yikes.
...had to be imported all the way from the Amazon. Here it was used for shamanistic rituals for thousands of years. Its powerful psychedelic effects were clearly quite useful for shamans. There are many ways to create the drug, as multiple plant species naturally have it. The most common method is by boiling a specific root and the leaves of a specific shrub. The mixture is drunk with the guide of a shaman. Another method involves smoking Andanathera beans. And in Argentina, a pipe made from the bone of a mountain lion was found with traces of DMT dating back to 4,000 years ago. It is insane to think that some guy 4,000 years ago was smoking DMT in the Andes. But another extremely powerful psychedelic substance was...
Yeah. I mean, that, dude, I'm telling you right now, if I was alive 4,000 years ago, I would probably be more spiritual than I am. Like 100%. If I was the dude in the Andes, no technology exists, not a lot of modern, like, science exists, and I don't really understand the world around me, and I just start tripping balls in the mountains, I'd go, oh my god. Like, there's like purple beings or whatever they like. I think it's common that you see like a purple being on DMT or something like that. I would believe in that shit 100%.
It's used in the Americas even earlier. Peyote is a tiny unassuming cactus, but inside of it is mescaline.
No reason not to. I'd be like, well, that was real.
An incredibly powerful psychedelic substance. The plant produces it to defend against herbivores, as it is incredibly bitter and disorienting. But of course, ancient humans found a way to turn it into a powerful psychedelic experience. An archaeological dig in Texas found evidence that Native Americans have been using this plant for at least 5,500 years. Medicine men would use it during shamanic ceremonies to heal their communities and acquire wisdom, an unbroken tradition that dates back to the Ice Age in Eurasia. When Europeans made it to the region, peyote was documented among dozens of groups including the Apache, Tonkawa, and Comanche. As the tribes were colonized, and the government tried to destroy native culture, peyote was made illegal. But famous Comanche chief Quanah Parker fought hard to maintain the use of peyote in his people's spiritual practices. He created a spiritual movement blending aspects of Christianity with indigenous beliefs and peyote use. He famously said, "The white man goes into his church and talks about Jesus. The Indian goes in his teepee and talks with Jesus." This quote explains just how intimate the role of peyote was in many Native American cultures going back thousands of years. But the practice of speaking directly to the spirit world wasn't limited to the Americas. Another substance may have actually inspired some of the most popular religions on Earth. The poppy plant is one of the wildest plants out there.
Opium?
It naturally produces both morphine and codeine, both of which are incredibly potent narcotics. The unripe seeds produce a milky substance that, when
So religion's made up from drugs? No, not necessarily. But I think if you want the Joe Bart take, I think that religion was created through sociological needs as well as like drugs, yeah. More, what is it called? What is the study of civilizations? Anthropology, I believe. Anthropology, study of humanity, yeah. If you look at anthropology throughout the years, like certain societies that live similar lives but are on different continents come up with very similar religions depending on the type of life that they live. Bigger societies have more monotheistic gods, kind of like a big brother. More roaming, like not hunter-gatherer societies, but like more like nomadic people are more likely to believe in similar things. Like you could like look into that shit. But I mean, like that's one of the reasons I'm not religious, but that's what I believe. I'm not saying it's definitively true because there's no way of proving it, but
dried is referred to as opium, which
the connections are there.
Can be eaten or smoked. And ancient humans knew just how powerful it was. As far back as 86.
Read my bits. Took 3 games of Penis Town, played Hunter the Call of the Wild for 6 hours straight, walked around virtual nature thinking about how much I love my family. Bro, there was one time I was laying in a field hugging the earth. I swear to God. I was like, and I was like, wow, gravity is really like earth hugging me back. Like, I actually felt like earth was like a conscious being that existed and was like there to help me live my life. So serious. I was like, wow, I'm hugging earth right now. This is awesome.
600 years ago, poppy remains have been found in sites across Europe. The plant seems to have been domesticated as early as 8,000 years ago around the Mediterranean. Now, they may have just been eating the ripe seeds, though it wasn't a leap for them to find out that the unripe seeds can give you an incredible high. Stone Age farmers across Europe and Asia were consuming poppy seeds, and in all likelihood, getting high. By the time civilization emerged, we know for a fact that opium was well known. The Minoans even had a poppy goddess. Ceramic vessels have been found with a figure in a strange position with poppies protruding from their headband. The largest known statue of the goddess was found near a tabular vase used for inhaling opium smoke. Opium may have been the basis for cultic rituals that would have influence on later Greek traditions. The Sumerians were also fond of opium poppies, which they called the joy plant. Sumerian priests used opium to reach a higher state of spirituality. At a 4,000-year-old palace in the Syrian city of Ebla, archaeologists found traces of poppy alongside other medicinal plants. The room's location at the heart of the palace, combined with cuneiform tablets mentioning priests taking unknown ritual beverages, strongly hints at ceremonial usage. Like in Greece, opium was used in cultic rituals by the upper classes. Many of the religions of the period and in the modern day may have some ties to these early drug-fueled rituals. And with a drug as powerful as opium, I'm not surprised. It is hilarious to realize that some ancient priests in these societies were full-blown drug addicts. Scholars suggest that the impact of these psychoactive substances has been underestimated, and that a drug culture was central to ritual across the ancient world. Drug use in modern times has often been framed as a moral weakness, but in reality, it couldn't be more human. From tripping Homo erectus in Pleistocene Africa, to shamans in Ice Age Europe, to you cracking open a beer on a Friday night, the impulse of drug use is natural. That doesn't mean it's good or bad. I'm just providing you with the historical information so you can make your own decisions without any cultural stigma. And if you enjoyed this deep dive, click this video next.
I loved that video, bro. Oh my god. North 02, you are a fucking goat, dude. Makes great content. Was there an advanced civilization before us? Excuse me. I'm adding that to the watch later as well. WVED. All right. Now we're about to watch Neil deGrasse Tyson rant about war. Boy, HE for the sub. Swagger, thank you for the 3. Would you ever do a Christmas stream where you make a gingerbread house while high? Oh, I've made like 5 gingerbread houses on stream before. Goth, thank you for the sub. Gatto, thank you for the 3. Turn 15, I want to say love your streams. I've been going through a lot of stuff while your go live notification honestly makes me feel better and like I matter. I really appreciate what you do. Would you ever be down to do a Pro V Bro on stream sometime? No. But I'm glad that I'm able to help you, bro. And I wish you the best, man. Truly. All right. I got to go piss real quick. Then we're going to hop into the next video. Count me down. Gee, thank you for the sub. Can we say hi to Eugene Blumpkin? Oh my god, Aiden just finished the Boston vlog. What should I title that shit? I have no idea. W Aiden, it is W Aiden. Lynn JR, Red and G, thank you for the sub. Boston vlog. I'm not going to title it Boston vlog. Watch the Masters. Copyrighted, big dog. Let's use our brain. The Boston experience. Becoming a real Boston. Becoming a real Bostoner. What do you call people from Boston? Bostonian. I don't know. I feel like the Boston experience might be better. No? Let me peep the vlog.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. Just chilling in this Boston Airbnb in my jacuzzi bath, getting ready for a wonderful trip that I'm taking you guys along for the ride for. Don't really know.
Damn, this is a 25-minute video. I had that much footage. Okay. Sorry. I had to lock back in. Why is it in 2x? I don't know. I was just watching the videos, making sure it was good. Damn. Damn. Okay. Chat, lock in. Drew and Geoso, thank you for the sub. A scientist's view on war. Let's go.
We've recorded ever since we've recorded the history of human conduct in what we call civilization, and even before, there have been people who didn't get along on a level where it wasn't simply a matter of let's talk over our differences. It's we cannot resolve our differences, so therefore I must kill you. This, as a mode of operation within our species, within civilization itself, is disturbing.
I think it's one of the weirdest things, too, to talk about war and how it hinders humanity's progress because, and this is not in support of war, I think if humanity in general, I think if humans were able to get along and not kill each other, we would be able to advance as a species in a much more rapid rate. But a lot of the big technological and leap advances that we've made as a species are through war and the competition to be stronger and more powerful than your counterpart. Like, even going to the moon, we fast-tracked that because we didn't want the Russians to go to the moon. Microwaves and other fucking weird niche inventions that you use on a day-to-day basis. Splitting of the atom, nuclear bombs, they're terrible, but, like, being able to figure that is a big step in human science and advancement. But it happened because we wanted to kill 500,000 people in the snap of a finger.
So let's go way back when it's just fisticuffs. What's the most damage I could do? I can, like, maybe harm one person, possibly kill one person at a time. Now I have a bow and arrow. I'm one person and I can take out 10 people at a time. Notice this ratio is getting steeper and steeper.
Bro, it's gotten to a point now where, like, technically speaking, one guy with enough power, so, like, the leader of, like, Russia, China, the United States, somewhere with nuclear warheads, could kill everyone on Earth. If they wanted to. Like, an insane man could kill everybody on Earth. Some people are saying Trump could, theoretically nuke somebody. Like,
I now have a gun. Actually, it's a musket gun initially. I could take you out at 50 yards. I don't even know what you look like, and I can kill you. Then I have automatic weapons. One person can take out 20 people. You reload, take out another 20. A missile. You fire a missile. I can take out hundreds of people.
And hundreds of people that are hundreds of miles away. Not like a missile where you're just shooting it, across a football field.
War continues to, quote, advance? What else can I have? Oh, bombs. Yes. So now one person can kill thousands. Once you have an airplane, you can fly over someone's head. It renders the trench warfare obsolete. Airplanes can go over cities. You drop bombs on people's heads, whether or not they're combatants. So now you just make more and more powerful bombs.
I think the only other thing that could be said, which is, like, restricted outside of bombs, but like biological warfare, like viruses and shit like that, like that exists. It's just, hey, this is, like, really immoral, like beyond, like, you could kill all of humanity immoral. I don't know if there's anything above bombs, though.
The bombs are no longer just explosives, like with gunpowder or anything. It's nukes, nuclear weapons, a birth at the end of the Second World War. Now, one person flying an airplane can kill tens of thousands, even millions.
Yeah, like, I struggle to grasp the scale of nuclear bombs today because the bombs that were dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima killed, 200,000 people. But those bombs, like, pale in comparison to nuclear hydrogen bombs today. So what would like, I feel like one nuclear bomb dropped in New York City would kill all of New York City, right? Like, it's got to be that big. Maybe not everybody instantly, but it would cause enough damage that everybody in New York City would die. Or like Tokyo. Tokyo is much larger, though.
Tens of thousands initially with the atom bomb. These are the fission bombs that split uranium and plutonium atoms into lighter atoms, releasing energy in the process. Those were the two bombs over Nagasaki and Hiroshima. The first and only two times nuclear weapons were used in.
I can't get over when I was watching Oppenheimer, and when they wanted to test the nuclear bomb, they said that there was a very slim margin that if they set off a nuclear bomb, it would start a chain reaction and basically split every atom in, like, our atmosphere and kill everybody on Earth. And they still did it. Like, even though the chance was, like, you know, 0.00 whatever, they were like, yeah, that could happen.
Warfare. The bomb,
like, we're not certain that it won't.
Bombs over Nagasaki and Hiroshima were like 20 kilotons, something like.
Hot take, I didn't like that movie. I love that movie. That movie is great. Good cinematography. I feel like it was also, like,
that
educational.
Kilotons. What unit is that? Huh. We don't have a way to measure the energy of atomic bombs, so you measured in terms of what the previous explosive powers were. TNT. TNT's dynamite. Discovered by Alfred Nobel, by the way, got rich, put in money to create the Nobel Prize. Kilo is 1,000, we all know. Ton is a ton. 1,000 tons of TNT. Not just one stick of dynamite, thousands of tons. You take that, ignite it in an instant. You incinerate everybody below you. And we have magnified the power of that weapon by 100. We call them hydrogen bombs, just the way the sun makes energy, taking hydrogen atoms, bringing them together to make helium atoms. That also releases energy, way more energy than you'd get by fissioning heavy atoms. No longer is it kilotons, it's megatons. Not just thousands of tons of TNT, millions of tons of TNT. Now, one person who pushes a button or has a rocket to deliver ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Bro, see, that's what's fucking so terrifying. Even if in our lifetime we don't have some sort of leader that will do this, isn't it somewhat inevitable that, like, humanity goes down a wrong turn, puts the wrong guy in power, and he kills everyone? Out of just spite or some sort. Like, you could have, and I know people are going to say Trump and shit. I don't think Trump's going to, I do not like Trump as a president. I think he's a terrible person. I think he's a terrible president. I don't think he's going to blow up the world. I hope he does not blow up the world. But you could have a scenario where a struggling country with nuclear power and capabilities has a psychopath that puts on a facade that he is going to save the world and save your country and hoist your nation up and help everyone out. And in reality, he goes, right when they put me in power, I'm going to kill everybody. Right when they put me in power, I'm going to kill everyone. I just want to kill everybody. And he gets elected and boom, destroys the world. And this could happen 400 years from now. But, like, there has to be some sort of safety net, right? Some people are saying Hitler. Hitler, yeah, he wanted to ethnically cleanse Jewish people off of the earth. But even then, like, he didn't have the power to do so, right? Now it'd be like somebody like that getting put in power today would be the end of the world.
I can sit here in the comfort of my chair, control a missile on my sovereign land. It'll enter suborbital because it leaves our atmosphere. It can't travel that far without resistance through the air. It leaves our atmosphere, goes its distance, comes back out of the sky, hits its target. You can kill 1 million people. Clearly, that's a highly unstable situation because now we are beholden to the sanity of anyone who has access to that button.
Yeah. Like, you can't, brother. I feel like there has to be like 15 people you need like a line, like a checks and balances government wise, but more like, yo, we need like way more people. And I don't know how simple it is, genuinely, for him to do a nuke. I doubt Trump could just go, fuck it, flip a switch and slam a big red button and nukes fly out. He probably has to run it by somebody, even if he is the president. But I feel like it should be beyond what it is. I gotta Google that. How simple is it for a president to shoot a nuclear bomb? A briefcase carried by military aid containing a strike option. The president uses a laminated card to identify themselves. Once authorized, the launch order is transmitted directly through military crews in a minute. Advisors discuss the decision. Nobody can veto the order. See, that's what I don't like. Like, it's the end-all, be-all. You got a guy, and I don't know how other countries' nuclear, facilities work. I'm more so saying in the United States. But, that's wild. The authority to use nuclear weapons is inherent in a constitutional role as commander-in-chief. The president can seek advice from his senior military leaders. Those military leaders are then required to transmit and implement the orders authorizing nuclear use if the president decides to employ nuclear weapons. And they can't veto him.
Given the neurodiversity of our species.
Is that not crazy? I know it's in certain area or in certain instances you need that, where it's oh fuck, if somebody shot a nuke at us, you need the president to be boom, yeah, shoot the nuke at them without hesitancy. But to be able to do that is nuts. Max, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. I got fired from my 1-year apprenticeship last week. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I live with my mom. I'm not on the best terms. She wants to throw me out. I have a trust fund with my dad's death, but I'm not ready to move out yet. I'm only 18. Completely off site now. If I don't find another job at the end of the month, I have to go back to get to only having a high school diploma. I just want to break, but my mom doesn't support that. I don't really know what to say, man. I wish you the best, Max, but I'm sorry you're going through that. I don't really know what I could do specifically, but I think you just keep pushing, man. I see if you're able to take some small break, but I don't know what I could say. MMR, thank you for the 3. Roos's for the 3. Thoughts on people saying that the Holocaust killed 271K instead of 6 million? People are stupid that they think it's 271K instead of 6 million. No, I think 6 million people died. I think the numbers that they submitted of how many Jewish people died is accurate. I don't know why people would say it's not. Jurin Air for the sub. X and Nicole for the sub. The Donnie Pep, Jack and Jake for the sub. Lynn Jr. Red for the sub. Amelia for the 3. Listen to Aphex Twins. The most hype thing ever. Saddest thing makes you sob. Gath, thank you for the 3. Proj, thank you for the 3. Dax for the sub. Lock in.
Not everyone has the rational capacity to make a decision that would be in the interest of the world's health, wealth, and security. I'm old enough to remember MAD, Mutual Assured Destruction. It was the realization that if there's a first strike, while the weapons are airborne, spaceborne, while they're leaving the...
Yeah, you launch all your fucking nukes. And I mean, that's why we have nuclear submarines. That's the biggest OP part of MAD. It was hey, you could nuke the entire continental U.S. and there's still fucking 9 guys on a submarine that'll blow up your country.
The atmosphere, that's enough time for you to launch your weapons. If the country wants to really get at you, they'll attack you and your allies. So now everybody starts launching weapons. If you have total nuclear exchange and you ignite the forests and the vegetation of the world.
Does the world not end? Wouldn't we black out the sun?
This converts living plant tissue into carbon soot that goes into the air, blocking sunlight. This was the famous nuclear winter that was described in the early 1980s. Computing power was just becoming good enough to address the question of what happens if you darken the skies all around the world. The temperature of the earth drops. Plants that depend on sunlight die. Animals that depend on plants die. Animals that depend on animals that depend on plants die in sequence.
Why are people in South Africa chilling? Percent of mortality, so 99% of the U.S. would die. Why the fuck in South Africa are they, like, in Lesotho chilling?
Depend on plants. Die in sequence. And you have nuclear holocaust, not only affecting Earth life, but plant.
Cause where better? Yo, nice grammar, Star. Keep it up, pal. Cause where better?
Plant life and other animal life as well. The nuclear winter scenario, it assumed that the weapons would be equally distributed on Earth's surface. That's generally not how this works. If you're launching nukes, you're going to launch it at the missile silos that might have other nukes that haven't launched yet.
Yeah.
And you're going to launch it towards cities with multiple nukes coming into the same city. So you won't get the spread that initial calculation had presumed. But what it did do was birth an entire science of long-term climate modeling from assaults on the environment. And out of that, we got to have great confidence that the dinosaurs were taken out by an asteroid the size of Mount Everest that struck the Yucatan Peninsula off of Mexico, cast dust into the air, plunging Earth into dark.
Yo, I don't know if this is actually Sketty's account, brother. I'm not pinning the message for you, brother. I don't know why your account got banned. I don't know if this is actually Sketty. If it is, you're good, bro. I'm sorry your account got banned, but I made an account on my girlfriend's phone to tell you my account's gone. The appeal I sent got denied instantly. I don't see how I could get it back. Just want to say it was an honor to be a part of the community. Made several good friends in chat. Always be tuned into the streams. I doubt I'll be back. You're okay. You're not. I mean, it's your choice entirely, man. You don't need to tap into the stream, but you're saying because your Twitch account got banned, you're just no longer going to use Twitch.
Darkness, rendering 70% of all species of life on Earth and in the ocean extinct. The world quickly realized how deadly.
He got IP banned. What did you do? Where you got IP banned on Twitch? Jake C for the 3. What's your number one philosophical book recommendation? Or number one book recommendation, philosophical or not? Hard-Boiled Wonderland and the End of the World, Astrophysics for People in a Hurry, or Plato's Republic. 70 Yo for the sub, Sasha and Pino for the sub, Project for the 3. Dex for the sub. I haven't read in a while, though. Lock in, chat, please.
This is.
I really need to tap in, chat. Let's lock in. Let's lock in.
It's not just a bow and an arrow. It's not just fisticuffs.
Tyler, thank you for the 5. If you don't ban all these morons in chat saying the 271K, I will deadass never watch this stream again. Stand up to anti-Semitism, pussy. You are a stupid fuck, Tyler Barish. Let me say that. I hope you never watch me again. And I think you're a stupid cuck if you think that I would support anybody that's anti-Semitic to begin with. I've done, multiple things talking about how, anti-Semitism is wrong. I literally stated my own opinion that the people that think 271K Jewish people died and the numbers are inaccurate are stupid. I have 10,000 people spamming in my chat. You think I see every chat message, Tyler Barish, you dumb fuck? You think I see every chat, you dumb fuck? You want to call me a stupid pussy because I didn't ban a fucking chatter that you got aggravated about? I have 10,000 people in my fucking stream, Tyler Barish, you dumb stupid fuck. Do you know that or no? Sorry, you don't need to watch me anymore. I don't support those people. Neither do 99% of my chatters. I ban 1,000 people a stream. I don't catch every bad chatter. My mods don't catch every bad chatter. Okay? I mentioned it. I addressed it. A chatter said, "What is your opinion on this?" I said, "That shit's stupid." I shared my take, and then there's stupid chatters that are getting banned. Maybe one or two slipped by, but if you want to call me a fucking pussy and say, "I'm never gonna watch your stream again," by all means, pal. Oh, I lost a fan. Oh, tough shit. I'm really gonna fucking fist myself over that tonight. Tyler, get the fuck out of my stream, big dog. Because you know I don't support anti-Semitism. I have family members that are Jewish. I am Ashkenazi Jew as well, right? I have grandparents that are fully Jewish, right? What are you talking about? If you support the anti-Semitism, you're a jackass. Did you know that? fucking idiot. No, don't ban him. I want to hear what he said. Don't ban him. Don't ban him. Your chat's being anti-Semitic. LMAO. Okay, buddy, whatever. Get some mods. You're a little bitch. Say that shit in public. You're a loser. You only talk to Twitch chat because you're letting edgy teen basement dweller influencers. Yeah. Oh, basement dwelling influencers. Why are you calling me a basement dwelling influencer? I thought you were a fan of me, Tyler Barish. What happened, buddy? You literally heard my take. I said I don't agree with that. Why are we dissing me? What did I do? Tyler, what's happening, man? What's going on? Are you just upset about something? I agree. Whoever this chatter is that's saying shit like that should get banned, and I'm assuming they probably are. No, they weren't. But I will ban them. And see, that's the thing. My mods do ban these people, Tyler. But it's like, you got to realize I have 5 mods also watching my stream, doing other shit, and moderating chat. Any other Twitch chat is objectively worse than mine. Like, I understand people say Joe Bart's chat is terrible. My mods mod better than most mods in other chats. I will fucking say that. Like, go in another stream, you'll see other worse shit just spanned, bro. People say the N-word hard R and won't get banned. Like, that shit happens, right? So, like, my bad, my mods didn't catch one guy that said that. But then for you to say I'm a basement-dwelling pussy when you're fucking mad. Nah, Nick Fuentes, I meant Nick Fuentes. You're not even talking about Nick Fuentes. What are you talking about? I'm upset because your chat's full. Your chat is half full on Holocaust deniers. Tyler Barish, Tyler Barish. Let's evaluate that take there. You think 50% of my chat is anti-Semitic? 50%. You think that you saw 3 chatters say stupid shit, and you believe that 50% of my chatters think that the Holocaust didn't happen? I've seen you more take action against people just bothering you. I'm literally watching and talking about the video. I've seen many chats where they ban that garbage. They ban them. My mods ban them. Do you want to see the unban requests of my mods banning people that just... You realize I deny like 100 unban requests beyond the 200 people that get... 300 people, 400 people that get banned every day. I ban these people from my chat, Tyler Barish. I do. Sometimes they slip through the cracks. What? Like, I don't understand what you're saying, man. Like, you're saying, oh, it's my mod's fault? Why are you not blaming the shitty chatter? What are you mad about? This is a crazy ass poll. This is Wild Joe never expected. Never expected. Tyler, you sent me a dono and said, I will deadass never watch this stream again. Stand up to anti-Semitism, pussy. As if I don't do that, right? And I hadn't just answered a chatter asking about that, where I literally said, hey man, no, that's stupid. People that think 271K people died instead of 6 million are fucking idiots. The Holocaust happened and that many people did die. I addressed it, and then I went back to watching the video in which you freaked out. You are way too over... And then you to sit here and say, oh, I never expected this out of you. What do you think I'm supposed to respond? I'm so sorry. By the way, Free Palestine. Yo, hey, Free Palestine, Tyler. I've done a PCRF charity stream twice now. I've talked about Palestine about 150 fucking times on this goddamn stream. So are you trying to put me in there as well, or are you trying to say that you're not Zionist? I don't understand what is it? What are we doing? I'm not trying to pin you on the spot here, man. But you can't sit here and act shocked when I crash out on you after you say I'm a pussy for not addressing anti-Semitism when I literally did. Like, that is just the dumbest shit I've ever seen today. I mean, I am actually just fucking befuddled at that. What the fuck? And chat, relax. Like, I don't want you to attack Tyler, bro, but it's like, don't come in here and say, oh, I'm not going to watch you again. Oh. Like, okay, bro. Like, I was locked in on this video. I understand those chatters are horrible. They were getting banned. Like, 2 guys slipped through the cracks, man. I saw like 5 people type it, and I saw my mods ban like 3 of them. And then I just kept talking because I was like, oh, they'll catch him. They didn't catch one guy that said it. And then you're like, if you don't address this. When you sent that message, by the way, no one was talking about the Holocaust. Literally no one. Like, what do I do? I just don't even know, man. You can't make people happy. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, you just, that's why I just don't give a shit anymore, Mo. Somebody, I'm going to stop watching you. Okay, do it. Sorry, now I'm going through on ban requests and denying all of them. Oh my God. Anyways. How many think of the 5? Love your streams and views on Palestine. You're amazing as a Palestinian myself. Me and my dad love watching you. Do you think you're going to do another PCRF charity stream? Yeah. I don't know when, though. But yeah, definitely at some point. I just have the 9881 tomorrow. And then I said I would do the Trevor Project for LGBTQ mental health in May, early May. Sorry, Tyler. Seriously, man. But it's like, I don't know. I don't understand what you expected my reaction to be. They sent like 50 follow-up messages and they're still not banned. I banned them, Tyler. So they're banned, Tyler Barish. They are banned, Tyler Barish. I can promise you they are banned, Tyler. Look. I banned him. You think I want him in my chat? Like, I don't understand, like, this. This is just so stupid. Like, you see one shitty chatter and you go, oh, Joe must be fine with this. One chatter types something horrible. They don't get banned. And we go, oh, Joe must support this. That train of thought is smooth brain. Smooth brain. Like, I just can't. Missed you with the explanation on Friday. No active disease. Basically, there's a still tumor tissue in my body, but it's assumed to all be dead. Sorry for the paragraph. You're good. Cooper of the subjuke. Thank you for the 3. Sketchy C won't watch anymore due to IP banned. Watch the streams on his main internet connection. You can't make any accounts. Cooper, thank you for the sub. No, off the top. Okay. All right. Dealing with multiple shit at once. I would love to get back into this video that I was locked into. King, thank you for the 3. I'm scared to shave my pubes. Okay, man. Okay, so we good. Well, I'm not good with you, Tyler. I think you really pissed me off, if I'm being honest. I don't understand how you said that shit. And then, like, this is just, it's an over-the-top chat, to say the least. Okay, so we good. Yeah, I'm good. I don't know if you're good here, if I'm being honest. If you're, I'm going to stop watching you, you pussy. Okay? Fuck, man. Like, do you realize how you were annoying? Do you get that? I understand you have the valid point of anti-Semitism is bad. But to see an anti-Semitic chatter, see a lot of them get banned, one slip through the cracks, and then you to argue with him and him not get banned, and me to not... You see how fast my chat is going? Do you see how fast my chat is going? You think I can read every chat, Tyler? I'm watching the video. I'm talking, looking at the video. I look at chat, glance at chat, look back. Oh, sorry, I'm not reading every chat. I don't read 99% of chats. I'm crashing out. I gotta calm down. You dropped it and moved like it wasn't gonna stir it. Because you dropped it and moved like it wasn't gonna cause a stir. It's politically loaded. Cause a stir? Cause a stir? I didn't think I'd have 5 fucking dumbass cuck chatters that think the Holocaust didn't happen. Politically loaded? You're an idiot if you think the Holocaust didn't happen. You're a fucking dumbass. So no, I moved on because why am I giving that shit attention? If you think the Holocaust didn't happen, you're a dumbass. Why would I feed into that, Tyler? It's better for me to go, nah, that shit's stupid. And then move on. Because why am I feeding in to idiocy? Did you want me to crash out on them the entire time? They're just going to get banned. Why do you give them the fucking time of day? I crash out all the time, but one of the best things that I've tried to put into perspective and use, which I'm terrible at, but I tried to do there, and clearly that upset you, is to not give idiots time of day. Why would I feed into their shitty fucking conspiracy theories made out of fucking crack and ketamine when there's no point in talking to them? If they think the Holocaust didn't happen, or they think the Earth's flat, or some other fucking whack shit, they're stupid. They're insane. They're not normal people. So if they type some crazy shit, I go, they're probably just going to get banned. And then I move on. So I gave my take. I said, yeah, that's anti-Semitic and nuts. And then moved on. I'm done with this. We're locking back in.
It is an asymmetry in warfare.
Please don't send bets right now. Amelia for the 3. Sko, Chef, It's, and Das for the sub. Arc for the 3. King for the 3. Am I making sense?
That had never been seen before.
Oh my gosh. Why do I let that shit piss me off? Why do I let that shit piss me off? I didn't mean to upset you. You did. Because you did. You did. You did. You did. Don't lie. You did. You sent the dono and said, you're a pussy, and you were basically insinuating that I agree with anti-Semitism. That's what you were doing. You did that. Flat out. It's in the chats. That's what you said. The big thank you for the 3. Love the content. Thank you, man. Rue and off the sub. Sorry. I'm not going to ban you, Tyler, but come on, man. Let's use our head, buddy. You know, you were an anti-Semitic. You were standing up for people that are, or not standing up for people that are, standing up against people that are. Excuse me. So I respect that, but to come at me and my mods is insane, right? When it's clearly the insane chatters that are the ones to blame. That's what I'm saying. Don't shit on my mods. My mods do a fucking great job. Okay? See, that pissed me off too.
I'm reminded of a quote from Albert Einstein.
Lock in. I'm done talking about it. I'm done talking about it. Lock the fuck in. I'm done talking about it. Lock the fuck in. And I'm sorry, Tyler, I crashed out on you, man. Because at the end of the day, I don't want to fucking upset your day and ruin your day, man. But it's like, you from my perspective, brother, I don't stand for anti-Semitism. You know I don't stand for anti-Semitism. I said that 5 minutes prior. Why would I feed into those idiots? That's why I moved on. It's not like anytime somebody asks me a question that could be like moderately political or controversial, I have to stand and talk about it for 15 minutes. I gave my take and I moved on. Lock in. What happened? You're late to the party, brother. Lock in. Lock in. Type locked in. We're locking in. And let's go.
It's not just a bow and an arrow. It's not just fisticuffs. It is an asymmetry in warfare that had never been seen before. I'm reminded of a quote from Albert Einstein. I don't know how World War III will be fought, but I know that World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones.
Damn.
That's where war and the science of war has taken us. Scientists have historically been complicit in the waging of war. Governments, be they warmongering or otherwise, have always reached for the ingenuity and creativity of scientists and engineers of all stripes. You know, where do you get chemical weapons from? You go to the chemist. Bio warfare, you go to the biologist. The astrophysicist, we don't make bombs, we don't know, but we care about multispectral imaging in dark places. We care about coordinates on Earth and in the heavens. We care about timing. What is a physicist an expert at? It's matter, motion, and energy. And what is a military battle of any kind? It's, I have energy over here, and I want to put it over there. It could be, I have a bullet here sitting in my gun, but I want to put that bullet over there with energy that I give it. I have a bow and arrow. I pull the string, pumping potential energy into the bow. When I let go, the bow springs forward, the arrow goes, sending kinetic energy over here to over there. That is the basis of essentially every military conflict. There is no war that is won without the exploitation of science and technology at its center. A little bit about me and my history. I grew up.
It's just sad that like the advancement of science and technology is driven through the need to advance to beat another in a war. Like money never gets put. I'm not saying money never gets put. Money doesn't go towards the sciences in the amount that it should unless we need them to make some crazy shit to kill people. And it's like, that's when they're funded the most.
In the 60s and
it's like, hey, we're going to give you this small stipend per year in you know, fucking relative to the amount of money that, say, the United States makes a year. We're going to give you this little sliver, this little slice. But, hey, we need to make you a nuclear bomb. You have infinite money. Infinite money. Any amount of money that you need, we're going to give it to you.
70s, all I ever knew was the Vietnam War. I grew up in an era where war is bad.
U.S. uses it for military. That's why China's more modern. They take two different approaches to war. China's approach to war is a lot more funding other countries to do the work that they want them to, versus the United States that is brute forcing their way into conflicts and trying to resolve them themselves. Like, China would never get involved in wars the way that we do. They are a very long-term looking people in the way that they're like, hey, this is going to probably blow up in your face in about 5 years. So they're just going to watch, let it happen. And then, you know, maybe throw money towards a country that's somewhat involved and be like, hey, you know, we'll provide this for you or this for you. They also artificially reduce the value of their dollar to increase the amount of money that they're still put. There's like, China's money should be worth way more than it is. Like, their dollar should be worth more than it is, but they artificially lower it so they could just constantly government fund shit because their output is so high and China makes so much money through factories that their dollar should be worth way more. What is happening right now? What are people talking about in chat? Tyler Barish, you did not need to give me 5 fucking subs. Tyler, don't give me money, man. I appreciate the subs. I'm not mad at you anymore. I'll forget about this in 30 minutes. I'm serious. I will forget about this in 30 minutes. But, like, I need you to know that I don't support anti-Semitism, man. And the way that you approached me was so, like, whoa. Like, I called you didn't ruin my day. I called you a pussy. It's a fair response. It's frustrating to see this everywhere. My family fully died in the Holocaust. And I'm so sorry for that, man. That's terrible. And these people would say I'm lying. I get this daily in poli-sci. I didn't expect it here at all. I know you are anti-Semitic. I feel like there's a line where it becomes the streamer/mods team's responsibility. Not that they aren't supportive of it, but not banning it proliferates it. That's all I meant. You end up with Aiden Ross chat, my bad, and boss. I'm not going to have Aiden Ross's chat, bro. My mods ban those people. The problem is, we have a million banned terms, right? And slurs for Jewish people and anti-Semitic messaging in general gets flagged. And the way that it shows up on the mod menu, they get instant ban. My mods click a button and they're banned. But when chat's flying by the way that it is, my mods can only see chats the way that a regular human would because it doesn't flag the number 241,000. So when people are typing the number 241K and they're either agreeing or disagreeing with that number, it doesn't auto mod flag it to my mods. So they can only manually ban and see the chats that show up. And in 30 seconds, all those chats are gone, right? They can't see them. So it's hard to catch it. So they only see some of them, right? I get what you're saying, though. And I'm truly sorry for the loss of your fucking family members in the Holocaust. That is horrible. But I just want you to know that my chat, the majority of my chat, I'm saying broad majority, like 99.9% of my chatters are not anti-Semitic. And of that, I don't support anti-Semitism as well, and neither do my mods. It's just like, it's hard to catch those people sometimes. Atomic for the sub, Jay for the 5 gifted, Scar for the sub, I am for the sub. You didn't need to give me subs, though. And I don't want to ban you, bro, but it's just like, I got mad when you called me a pussy and said you're going to stop watching me, because that shit was like, bro, come on. I get your reasoning now, though, and thank you for telling me that. But let's move on.
War is bad. How could war ever be good? But meanwhile, I'm still observant, and I look around town, and there's statues to war heroes. Military servicemen standing proud. And I said, how is it that I could think war is bad where apparently at all these other times, not the time coincident with the Vietnam War, but at all these other times, war was commemorated with pride and, dare I say, even celebrated. That's what kind of Memorial Day and Veterans Day is all about. You are celebrating.
It is very weird because I don't support war, but I do support veterans. I don't think that the veteran and the guy that's in the war is the reason the war is happening. The reason the war is happening is because of people that aren't veterans. It's the idea that, like, I support somebody in the military and say, hey, thank you for your service because you're protecting our country. And I commend that. And I commend veterans as well. But it's like, you could still just not support war because the reason that the war is happening is because of higher-ups that are beyond that.
Those who fought in wars and commemorating those who died in wars. This is a celebration, a recognition. Whereas in the Vietnam era, there was none of that. So that's where I was forged. My sense of war was forged. But my rational mind was saying, what is the rest of this about? There are occasions where, yeah, war is necessary. A bad actor rises up whose interests do not comport with what we might think of as civilization, the preservation and prolonging of civilization as we have built it and as we have come to embrace it. Easily who comes to mind, of course, is Adolf Hitler.
Yeah.
Yes, there are times when you are fighting evil forces.
Yeah, that's like I think that's what's perceived a lot differently historically war-wise. Like, people going to fight in World War II was seen as like, oh, I actually kind of, it's not even dodging the draft. It's like, I want to be in this. Like, there would be guys that are too young or didn't get medically cleared that would try and sneak their way into the army so they could fight. But that's drastically different where you're fighting an evil versus like the Vietnam War, where it's just like, we're fighting a battle because we don't like that they're, you know, involved in some sort of fear of the Iron Curtain during this Cold War era. It's like, I don't think any war should be fought, but it's like, I get the war-based need to stop a dictator like that.
But you have to ask, who defines who's evil?
In starting and making a war, not the right is what matters, but victory. The strongest has the right.
It's hard to argue against the idea that to protect freedom is a good thing. And the fact that
I don't understand why presidents that start wars don't do a 1v1. Why drag all of civilization into something they don't want? Because then you're hedging your bet on who wins the war off of who could fucking kill each other in a 1v1. And most of the time, people in power are old as fuck. We're like the only animal that puts people in power and has the people that have the highest amount of power that aren't the strongest or even necessarily the smartest, right? Obviously, that could be the case in certain instances where people democratically elect the right person. But for the most part, you could kind of manipulate your way to the top when in reality you're a dumbass. Like, that's just democracy and election-based voting in general. It's not, even in dictatorships, it's the same way. It's like if people are in power, they can kind of manipulate their way around that. That's just like any political structure in general.
Freedom isn't always free. It reminds me.
Romper for the sub, Mo for the 5. Callmore stream day. I want to let you know they're glad to watch the stream. Thank you. Low-key and Hen for the sub, T, and Scar for the sub. All right, lock in.
I saw a comic long ago where two people are facing each other with a bow and arrow pointed right at each other's necks. And each one says at the same time, the harder I pull, the safer I feel. It's like, really? As a scientist, when we disagree with one another, we might argue our case vociferously. Some people are a little more emotionally invested in their ideas than others, so it can get heated. But at the end of the day, you know what we say to each other? We need more data. When more data come in and then it resolves the conflict, then we agree, go out, have a beer, and then move on to the next frontier question. That's the brain wiring of a scientist. It's not the brain wiring of politicians or many other sort of sectors of society where they need to interact with others. I've had some exposure to military operations, and I never served in the military, not as a soldier, but I did serve on a board of the Pentagon, the Defense Innovation Board. It was an attempt to alert the military that the strength in armies going forward, the strength of nations going forward, is not measured by how many soldiers are on the ground. It's not even necessarily measured by how many nukes you have in your silos. It could be measured by how clever you are with either computing or calculations or strategies that come from a place that's not just how big is your weapon. You look at the reasons why people have fought wars over the years. A common one is access to limited resources. I want what you have. I need what you have. Oh, you're not going to.
I think that's modern day war usually revolves around that, but it also could be around what, like belief sets, like a religious war.
Share it. You're not going to give it to me, therefore I'm going to take it. Well, you can only do that. You can only threaten to do that if you have the resources, the financial resources, the scientific resources, the engineering resources. Other reasons why people fight with limited access to resources. Yes. Religion. Again, I come to it as a scientist. If there's a batch of scientists over there who say, E doesn't equal MC squared, E equals MC cubed. Are we going to go to war over that? No. I would say, no, let me show you why that is not true. And I would demonstrate.
I don't know. I kind of don't understand Neil's, I guess, analogy here in that I'm not saying, oh, religious wars should be fought, but the idea of having a scientific argument where you say E equals MC squared, the other person says E equals MC cubed, and you have to prove your work versus them proving theirs, boils down to an argument of fact rather than subjective faith. And if you have two people that are different religions and maybe even different just denominations of the same religion, disagreeing historically, maybe like Protestants and Catholics or something like that, it can't just be like, oh, here's why I'm right, because you can't prove it. Similar to they can't prove why they're right, because at the end of the day, it's faith, right? You believe that you're right, they believe they're right. There's no hard line in the sand of this is what's true, this is what's not.
With experiments and examples. That doesn't work as well when you have belief systems. If you come from a belief system, then what you believe doesn't have the evidence that science would normally require to establish what is objectively true. That's why they're called belief systems, because you believe that something is true. Now, you may believe it so strongly that you know it's true, but that's an internal emotion that you carry. Belief systems are such that it may be true for you, but it's not really true for other people unless you convince them of it. And since it's based on belief,
That's when I said it was like individual objectivity, but worldwide subjectivity. And I was like clowned on for that saying, but I feel like it makes perfect sense. It's like religion in somebody's mind where they're faithful is objectively true to the person, but subjective to the majority. Because it's like, I believe this through and through, but you also have to recognize that like that is not the case for everyone else.
rational arguments tend to not work. You need methods of coercion or force, ultimately threat of violence, perhaps even threat of death. And so some of the most violent encounters civilization has ever had with itself is when one warring faction has a belief system that differs from that of their adversary. It's interesting to ask of ourselves in society, is there anything you would die for? You get one chance in life. What I have found is that the
probably other, like, I would die for, like, my mom. I would die, I think, like, other people. I don't think there is a, well, maybe against another thing. Like, I could see that in the war-based thing where, like, the example for World War II. Like, would I die defending my own point? Or I don't even think it would be dying defending my own point. Maybe defending, like, rights of some sorts. You know what I mean? Like, what would I die fighting for? I feel like that's a very complex question. Like, if somebody's, like, threatening your own, you know, way of life.
less
Or living. Future children, stuff like that.
tangible the thing is you're fighting for, the more abstract it is, the less evidence there is in support of it, the more willing people are to die for it.
Yeah.
And so war always seems to be this glorious thing at the beginning. And then the body bags start coming back. And not only military casualties, but civilian casualties, just trying to live their lives, who are now susceptible to decisions made by people in power, who generally are not themselves the same people who go do the fighting. I find that.
And I hate that. I fucking hate that. I love the old way of war, like Spartans, where the leader fought in the fucking front. Because I guarantee you, every fucking war that people fight for today, they wouldn't fight for themselves, meaning the guys in power. Like, the guys, you're crazy, I'm not crazy. The guys that put these, we went to war with Iran. Trump would not go to Iran. Trump would not go. Putin would not go to Ukraine, right? I know he did fight, but I'm saying, like, I know Putin was involved in the military, but I'm saying I don't think he would go today. Like, because they realize, hey, this is a death sentence. Like, if you send somebody there, they're dead. You know, the odds they come back is low, and you're not caring that much that you're willing to die for it, but you're fine if other people die for it.
Dismaying, just being human in civilization as a scientist.
Trump would not, Gabby. Come on, man.
But it's real.
Come on, man. Now you're rage baiting, big dog. You think he'd get on the front lines? No, he would not. You know he wouldn't. He's a Nepo baby. He's a Nepo baby that has never been in any military scenario in his life. You think he would go fucking fight on the front lines for this shit? No.
And it happens. And that's...
Same with Biden. Okay, well, both of them are in their 80s, so I don't think, no, but...
how the world is...
even if they were younger.
...put together. With or without the League of Nations, coming out of the First World War, with or without the United Nations, after the Second World War, with charters that are signed, Geneva Conventions. At the end of the day, you can ask the question, can we just all get along?
Bro,
Let me end
I
on-
do ask that, but I think everybody wants that, but then it does get to a point where the disagreements become louder and louder and louder and louder, and then people just kill each other.
On a slightly more positive note, all the UFOs people have been seeing in the sky, lights that we can't explain, I'm glad some part of the military budget is going to investigating them. Because people have been seeing them for decades. I've never seen anything that I couldn't identify. I know a lot about weather and climate and sky conditions and planets and moons and what they do and weird things that they do. So I've never seen anything I couldn't explain. So it was all IFOs to me. But maybe some of these UFOs would pose a danger to us. Again, to our health, our wealth, or our security. Maybe. So I'd want the military to check it out. And if it's a threat from space, maybe the greatest task of all would be to protect Earth from aliens.
That is like a common take that one of the best ways we would achieve world peace is fighting another alien race. Because the only way everybody eventually agrees and stops killing each other is if we have something bigger and badder that is threatening to kill all of us. Because why do our problems matter if we're both going to be dead? So let's kill that thing first.
In fact, in the 1980s, President Reagan addressing
Oh my God.
the UN
Somebody in my chat just said that.
said just that. He said, here we are with all of our differences. He was still in the Cold War, by the way. With all of our differences, imagine how close we would be together if we had to fight a common enemy, such as an invader from space.
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound.
If that's what it takes for us to get along, I guess so. But I still believe, I believe in the power of conversation and the power of coexistence. Because that's...
I don't know, man. Like, I have hope, but it's just like, dude, there's too many jackasses. There's way too many jackasses in the world. And everybody always makes mistakes. I make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. But it's more so like, there's too many people that have absurd opinions that get into crazy amounts of power and then use that to kill people or instill their values in a very weird way, whether it be ethnic cleansing or forced sterilization or other fucking crazy shit. And then you can't ignore that.
It's what makes a beautiful world. That we can all be different, but yet all be together with common causes, common goals that are sensible, rational, sane, and will feed the future of our health, our wealth, and our security. Thanks for listening. Until next time, keep looking up.
Oh my God. Cinema. Actual cinema. Star Talk. Love Star Talk, dude. Fucking 5 million views. Jesus. Intended audience is not watching Star Talk. Very true. Very true. Very true. Part of the problem. Part of the problem of the algorithm. The people that need to see this won't. All right. Well, chat, that was a W stream. We're going to call that there. If you have any videos you want me to watch or games you want me to play, video/game/sci-fi, most of the videos that watch games I play. I will be live tomorrow at 3 EST. We're going to be live 3 to 8 doing the 988 awareness challenge, awareness/support challenge. It'll be like a 5-hour stream. We're going to be doing a bunch of support games, a bunch of shit. It'll be fun. Tomorrow, that's the schedule. Tuesday, I'm not live. Wednesday is going to be horror games into Retro Rewind. Thursday, not live. Friday's Reacts. Saturday, random games into Content King. Sunday, Reacts. Monday's 420 Mystery Weed Box Review into the Mystery Snack Box Review. And then GeoGuessr the 24th. May 4th or 5th, we'll probably do like Trevor Project for a charity and or charity stream, rather. And then I'm taking a short break, filming a video with Jack for like 5 days, 7th to the 11th of May. And then we'll go there, go from there. Rook and Froggy for the sub. Anime, oh god, triple, and Stash for the sub. Real for the sub. Ick and Mo, thank you for the 5. But yeah, chat W stream. Appreciate y'all. Hope you had fun. And who do we raid? Who do we raid? How do I go back to my main Twitch here? Jesus. Okay. Small Fries. I do see Small Fries is doing a prize pool Super Battle Golf tournament, which is very chill. Cloak. I rated Cloak yesterday, so I don't know if I'm going to rate him 2 days in a row. But I will rate him soon. I know he's started his SMP, so we'll definitely rate him again. I hope that's going well as well. Kayla, thank you for the sub. All right, we'll rate Small Fries. Trap, appreciate y'all. Hope y'all had fun, and I'll see y'all tomorrow at 3 EST for the 988 stream. Appreciate y'all. And